Hello, everybody, and how is everybody doing this April 24th? It is kind of a rainy, gloomy day here in Minnesota.
Don't care, we get to play Saul's Rest.
And don't care because we get to play Saul's Rest. But all of us are actually here in Minnesota. We have a Laura. That is super exciting. Yeah. So it's been a minute since we've actually played the whole game with all of us together. Basically since February. Although you have seen intermittent one-off games with most everybody. The one person we wound up having to miss out on, of course, was Adira's character because we had some sound issues with that one, and we completely lost all of the sound on that. So I could show you mine and David's handsome faces in silence for a little more than 2 hours, or I could just have him recap the game, which I think is what we're going to do. Not only is he going to recap his game, I'm going to have everybody kind of go around the horn and recap their game as well, just for anybody that did miss it. Round the horn.
You're so Midwestern. It's
adorable.
Adorable.
Excruciatingly Midwestern. Born and raised here.
You know what we should do for
wrong with
Adira's?
that.
You know what we should do for Adira's?
No, y'all are precious.
We should get together and do a bad lip reading.
2 hours of a bad lip reading.
Yes. So
Yes.
much yes.
Make that
Oh.
happen.
I
It
am
is
here for that.
Yes.
That could be delicious. Yeah.
If you had a Patreon, I would say that would be like a bonus tier.
I don't, but I can do this. If I get to 10 subscribers, tier 1 subscribers, we will pre-record it and I will put it out on the channel.
It's all up to you. You need
People,
this to happen.
make this happen.
You
I
know you need
this
this.
in
You
my
know you
life.
need this in your lives. Subscribe now.
Oh my goodness, that's delicious.
Can we, I mean, if we wanted to get crazy with it, we could go full Mystery Science Theater 3000 and just completely lose our minds. But
See, here's the
Don't we
thing
usually?
that I think that might make it even funnier is if I try to keep on track and like try to recall everything and
The
then
rest
everything
of us just totally misting it.
and
Yes.
but then I have to like play off of what you're saying and then try to get back on track. That would be wild.
Yes.
That would be so much fun.
I mean, hell, even if the rest of us just, figured out what it was you were saying and then had the two of you recorded over your own, whatever the actual lines were.
thank you for the subscription. It actually worked.
Woo!
I love it. All right. I am sorry. It is raining in Kentucky. It is raining here. Well, it's actually not raining right this second, but it's
Picky.
it's one of those in between states where it feels like it's going to rain, but hasn't quite made up its mind as to whether or not it's gonna. So anyway, we should get started. So thank you all for your patience. Thanks for coming back after our little hiatus. We will be taking. We will not be playing in 2 weeks, as Phoenix and I are going to be having our Laura and I. What do you go by on this channel?
Adira?
Hey, you.
Hey you, since we're getting hand-fasted next weekend and we're going to be going on a little trip afterward, we will not be playing 2 weeks from now, but we'll be back 2 weeks after that. So,
Yes. That's a real good question. I don't know.
well, you should probably make up your mind about it at some point here.
I should.
Anyway, so, thank you all for everything. When last we left our Intrepid Band of Adventurers, I feel like I have done this recap a million times, and I haven't. It's just, this will be 8. But they had just defeated the...
Wouldn't that be 6?
At any rate.
You're not. I'm counting the times I've practiced in the mirror. So.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Moving right along.
So when last we left our Intrepid Band of Adventurers, they had just defeated the terrifying shadow dragon known as Darkness Shines underneath the occupied city of Winterhold, breaking the Drow army that had invaded, whose strings were being pulled by this dragon, and retaking over the city. Over the course of the following month, things moved very quickly for the PCs. The individual known as Saul had kind of taken over as general of the armies and was standing as acting general of the army, making it very clear that that was a temporary position, not really being super forthright as to why. The Bergland matriarchy, as I have taken to calling them, have
Accurate.
taken over the kind of day-to-day operations of the city. We're planning and organizing the restoration, trying to make sure that people got back to their homes if there was a home to get back to, trying to make sure that people who were displaced and whose homes were destroyed during the occupation had a place to be, making sure everybody had food, making sure everybody had some place to go back to. It was a long and difficult process. The Bergland matriarchy made use of your various characters' skill sets to the best of their ability. Some of you took it upon yourselves to do some vigilante work. Some of you stuck around and helped out with literally rebuilding. Focus on my hand, not my face, apparently. Some of you did literally like the heavy lifting. Some of you did some construction work. Some of you did some of the organization. Adira definitely helped with a lot of the clerical stuff. Probably a bit of like resource gathering, that sort of thing. I imagine Katie helped out with foraging and all that stuff. Lyobin probably could do that as well, given their background. Everybody pitched in for that first month to make sure everything was okay. About 2 weeks into that month, the dwarves showed up and began to assist by supplementing the armed forces, by helping with the crafting and all of that, given that dwarves have a penchant for creating things. Laura's rolling dice over here, and I don't know why. I'm a little concerned. Which is weird, because I'm the DM.
Don't ask. Just go with it.
Just nod and smile.
I'm just getting the nat ones out.
Oh,
now.
okay. Is that how that works?
No, what you do is you set it so that the 20s are up front, and so it weights to the bottom. That's what you do.
I like this idea. I'm gonna do that.
It works for me. Watch me roll like nothing but ones today, but that's what I do.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Where are you that it's been snowing? Sorry, I'm talking with chat. I'm so sorry. It's Minnesota and it's not snowing here.
Well,
Anyway.
but we're also like central
Yeah,
Supposed to snow Sunday.
Minnesota.
Is it supposed to snow Sunday?
Sure is.
Don't worry, May 1st is supposed to be in the 70s. I looked.
The weather forecast updated today.
Oh.
It's not supposed to be in the 70s.
What is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be a little rainy.
Yeah, it's fine.
You better talk to your people.
I... At any rate...
It can change again.
They can't predict the future. It's like
it's a
more
week.
than a week
We have
out.
7 days. We have 7 days to
fine.
sacrifice the appropriate number of goats. It's fine.
You're fine. It's all good.
I have a shipment of
Fine.
goats coming in tomorrow. It'll be great.
A shipment of goats.
Got it.
Norse
fine.
Pagan, what do you want from me?
If nothing else, we'll all make a fireman's chair to like pull a giant tarp over you so that you don't get wet.
I mean, we have a tent.
Yeah. Well, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Anyway, I digress. One by one, each of you were called to do a task, an adventure. Some of you took it upon yourselves. Some of you were called to do so. Some of you felt obligated to do so. Some things were kind of a little bit in between. And that is where each of the individual games that we ran came into play. Now, as mentioned previously, David, Adira's character, or Adira's player, our sound went out, so we have not been able to air that one. That being the case, I think we're going to start with our recap of each game, and I'm going to have each of the players kind of recap what happened. I will supply details as necessary. But David, why don't you start us off?
Sure. So, after helping out up at Winterhold, Adira decided that she needed to discover what the hell was going on with her special powers that she had no attribution for. She has no idea why she never has known why she has been able to do the things that she can. And for being a very practical young woman, she didn't really question it because there was more exigent problems at hand. But seeing that there was time at this point to try to figure out what was going on, she thought it would be responsible to actually figure what was happening. So she ended up going back to Saul's Rest to visit with her adoptive parents. For those of you that did not know, Adira was found on like the side of the road, and within this universe, the individuals who are found on the side of the road are called Hillborn. So she is Adira Hillborn, born of the hills, if you will. So she went back to Saul's Rest, where she, before she got to meet with her parents, she ran into an old friend, may be a strong word, but friend of the parties, a former bandit who has since reformed his ways, named Ronnie, who the party actually spared in one of their earlier adventures, probably in like real time here, like 6 months ago, if not more.
In game time, it would have been about 6 months ago.
Okay, so it works out there too.
Oh no, I think for in real world, it was probably closer to a year.
Okay, yeah, so a while back.
It was before we started streaming the game.
Yes. Anyway, so she met up with him, and he and her had a chat, and she kind of leveled with him after they caught up a little bit, and saying she told him basically, this isn't over. Like, all the weird things that are going on, they're gonna get worse. And you've proved yourself to this community, and I need you to know, or I need to know that you're going to do what needs to be done to protect this community when shit inevitably hits the fan. He agreed to in fact do that, and I think a side bit that I missed is that he has since become an armorer, if you will, or a blacksmith for Saul's Rest, and he gave her a gift of a couple of bracers that are very much in Adira's style, like, fire-like filaments and stuff that are like all black and things like that, kind of fitting her general aesthetic. So Adira thanks him and then goes to talk with her parents and basically says, all right, you told me the story about how you found me in the hills. I always feel like there's something more. Tell me what's up. And Adam, you probably remember the details of specifically what they told me better. So if you want to fill in those.
They were traveling by night. They saw some strange flashing lights on the side of the road. And when your parents went to investigate, they found you wrapped in a blanket, and on the blanket were these strange symbols.
Right. So they procured said blanket for Adira.
And you.
Yes,
I'm with you now.
At that moment, they procured said blanket to show to Adira, and Adira, innately, because of who she is, was able to read this language, which was written in Infernal. And it said, I'm going to have to go back to the Saul's Rest chat, unless, Adam, you have those notes pulled up.
Yeah, give me a second.
Apologies. Also, for those listening, the reason why I'm taking a little bit more time is because ours is the one that didn't make it to the stream, so I apologize for those of you who...
No, I want details, so keep going.
Okay.
I will also post this in the chat, but I will read it for the viewers. The baby blanket in Infernal Runes reads, "The darkness within is deep and cold like the depths of the sea or a freshwater home."
So Adira reads this and is kind of freaked out because her abilities for anyone that isn't quite aware, are very like shadowy, infernal, like that sort of thing. And she's not an evil character, but she is concerned that the things that she can do are very, very similar to what all the bad guys with the shadow dragon that they just killed and fought that they can do. And she's like, what does this mean? Like, what's going on? I don't know what my powers come from. I'm worried that I will end up having to choose sides in a fight, and I don't want to have to do that to my friends. So that's what her concern is. So she ends up having kind of this very heartfelt conversation with, I believe it was her father, where she expresses some of these concerns, and he basically says, listen, no matter what you find out about where you come from, you are our daughter, and you are the person that you are because of what you have done and how we raised you, not because you came from a certain place. And so Adira really took that to heart in the moment.
It was a fucking beautiful moment. I wish that we'd been able to share it with the fucking world.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not bitter though.
Not at all. But it was a really good moment of RP and roleplay. And he then reveals there's a place, kind of southeast of here that I know that fits maybe the description of this thing. It's this very dark and kind of like it is a lake with a bad reputation, and it's, what is it, Kavor Lake? Lake Kavor?
Lake Kavor, yeah.
Yeah, Lake Kavor.
Which is on the map that I shared in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of like on the southeastern quarter of the continent of Solanel, if you will.
It is a Lake Superior-sized lake. Like, it's massive.
Yeah. So, they have this conversation between her and her father, and then her father says, we know you can take care of yourself, but we'd really prefer if you took somebody with you. And Adira's like, my God, I know just the person, because he offered to help me earlier. Ronnie the ex-bandit. And so she goes and picks up Ronnie, and then they head down to to Lake Kavor, and it takes them a while. There's random encounters that we glossed over because it doesn't matter for the sake of this episode, if you will. And how did you describe the settlement around Lake Kavor? Because it was like...
It was altogether smells like the color brown.
Yes. And it was like the most rundown, like, ancient
I think
ruins.
That would smell good.
It is also a borrowed quote from Tangled, but I'm not gonna claim credit for it. But it was a great description.
And you also said it was like, kind of that tavern that is entangled, but like the whole town was that mixed in with like a little Cthulhu vibe. Yeah,
it was like Tortuga from Pirates of the Caribbean mixed in with the Miskatonic Cthulhu Arkham style feel to it.
Yeah. So Adira and Ronnie go down there, and they end up finding more information about Lake Kavor and some of the lore surrounding there, why it has this like bad reputation. Adira flames on, which is an ability that we haven't used in a while, but it's kind of fun to use with low-powered NPCs because they all were terrified of her, even though she's like this 5'6", like petite little woman. She ends up at a tavern talking to a character who knows a little bit more about Lake Kavor, and I'm sure the character was based on Mr. Gibbs from Pirates of the Caribbean, at least the way that we encountered him in a like series of pens and literally had to like wake him up that way.
If you mixed Mr. Gibbs with Keith Richards, that's what I was channeling.
Yes. And he provided them information about Lake Kabor, which Adam, if you want to fill in some of the details, you probably remember better than I exactly what he told us, because
The long and the short. So
made it.
he was a down on his luck bard, and happened to have some information, tales that were told about it, and it was said that prior to Godfall, this was the center of a very large temple to the god Caruth. And its outreach and who it catered to was spread far and wide throughout the area. But the leader of this particular temple came into the belief that they could ascend beyond the divine gate and to become a god, and Caruth struck down the not just the individual that was claiming godhood, but also annihilated supposedly the town, the temple, everything in the area, creating this crater which then filled with water. Although he did mention that it was said that the temple itself survived in the lake.
Right. So Adira and Ronnie find a boat and travel out to the middle of this lake, and swampy, kind of like oily water, and gross. And we glossed over a battle, a random encounter or whatever, battle with a Cthulhu monster, but we eventually get to the middle of the lake, and Adira, because of her kind of supernatural sight, is able to see below the surface of the water and see the shapes, the outline of a temple, if you will, below the surface of the water. And she kind of looks at Ronnie and says, well, we need to go down there. And, of course, she is pristine and pristinely dressed and everything. And so she just kind of hops into the water, and she and Ronnie end up whipping down with Shadow Step to get all the way down there. And once they get down there, they find that the interior of the temple is like a pocket of air. Like there's some sort of barrier that's keeping the water from the outside from coming in. And so she and Ronnie go in there, and she immediately cleans herself up, because that's who Adira is. Then inside is, imagine like, I almost kind of imagine like Temple of Doom sort of temple on the inside. I don't know, Adam, if you had a different view. Sure. Temple of Doom sort of temple on the inside, and there's a kind of like annex that she can't see into. It's dark and swirly, and she has like supernatural dark vision where she can even see in like magical darkness. So that's real weird. And so she basically tells Ronnie, stay here and don't die. And she ends up going into this magical darkness where she's encountered by the primordial dragon, is that what it's called? Yeah, the
progenitor dragon.
Progenitor dragon, and it's not Pitoria, but
Porthyria, I believe.
Pythyria,
Porthyria?
I have it.
I made up these names, but fuck if I can remember how to pronounce them.
I think it's Pythoria.
Pythoria, who is one of the progenitor dragons, and they have a conversation wherein Adira basically asks, what am I? And Pythyria revealed that Adira was one of 100 individuals that Pythyria made in this temple and then sent out into the world to do Pythyria's bidding in this one particular aspect, which I'll get to in just a moment. And Adira, of those 100, is the only one that did not succumb to like the darkness of her abilities. and is the only one that kind of is still operating and doing relatively good things in the world. And the thing that, and so Adira then asks, like, what do you need of me? Like, what is my purpose for you having made me? And Pytheria reveals that there is a rival almost to Pytheria, another shadow dragon that is trying to basically usurp Pytheria's place in the universe, in the pantheon, if you will. Correct me if I'm kind of mischaracterizing anything, Adam, but and that the goal of the Brood, and therefore Adira, was to stop this usurper from taking Pytheria's place. And then Adira.
I will add. Pythoria, right?
Pythoria.
Is that what we discovered?
Pythoria.
Pythoria did make it about themselves. The implication was not necessarily that this shadow dragon was going to usurp their position, but all of the gods' positions.
Oh, okay. All of the gods' positions. Yes, that is a good clarification. So Adira basically asked, is anything I'm going to have to do going to put me at odds with my friends? And Pythoria said, you will do what you need to do. But Adira kind of took comfort because big bad trying to usurp all the gods, pretty much everybody can unify behind that. And if that's what Pythoria has in mind for Adira's like, all right, we're cool. I probably won't have to do anything that will hurt my friends. And so they talk a little bit more, getting a little bit more context, but I think those are the broad strokes. Is there anything else, Adam, that... Okay, not yet. And so then Adira and Ronnie are magically weeped to the surface and end up on like the side of Lake Kabor. And the bracers that she had been wearing have been bestowed with extra magical abilities, which you'll find out about during the game, which will be fun. And then that took about a month or two, and the rest of the time in that kind of 6-month break period, Adira goes back to Saul's Rest and starts tinkering with Rowan Thane Tower, which she is now the mistress of, or has been for a while, to make it fun and powerful and try to bolster its defenses in case shit hits the fan.
And by fun, of course, she means that she installed a water slide.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't sent you the list
water
yet.
Slide.
I haven't sent you the list yet.
You
Adam,
have not sent me the list yet.
I haven't. I just forgot to send it to you.
Add a water slide.
So I'll do that after today's game, because unless you have something planned up your sleeve, I don't think that's probably going to impact today's game.
No.
So, yeah, of all the fun things that she had tried to do in that 4 months. She also completed an anti-scrying device, which she carries on her, which we need to talk about the specific details of about how far around that goes. But anyway, so I think those are the broad strokes of Adira's story. Apologies that took a relatively long period of time, but again, we didn't get to stream it. So, yeah. But yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you, David. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate the detail because, again, it was not streamed. I think we're going to go in alphabetical order by character name, so the next person to recap will be Katie. Schmoopsie.
Schmoopsie, you're muted.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Hold on. There we go.
Just
Can you hear me
making
now?
sure. Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. So Katie's little adventure was a little bit more straightforward. The vast majority of her time was spent just kind of training and finding different things that she could turn into with her wild shape with a group of other druids. But she did spend some time trying to figure out exactly what it was her mother's been up to and see what she could do to try to help her mom finish up whatever she was doing earlier, because her mom's been gone for quite some time. Well, the druids helped send Katie to the Feywild, which is where her mother was. And turns out that some druids in the Fey have been basically fighting off a whole bunch of like interdimensional spider beings and nastier things.
Oh god.
So Katie and her mom ended up fighting one of these massive, like blinking in and out of existence spider beasts, which they did okay at with the two of them. Wasn't super easy, but they managed. And then she found out that that was like one of the shock troops that got through and saw the like hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of these spider things, and some of the nastier things beyond. So understanding that, yeah, okay, we probably want people fighting these things off because we don't want these getting into, our world, and is now kind of trying to figure out a way to keep them more permanently from coming in without the need for people fighting them off 24/7, so that her mom can come home. So it's kind of a new quest of hers.
Thank you for giving someone else the spiders.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of y'all was getting spiders, and it wound up being Katie.
I'm cool with, I mean, aside from the fact that it was, like this wants to destroy everything outside being, it was kind of a cool creature. Like, it would just bamf out of existence and then appear again in existence a little ways away, and...
No.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I mean, for context, it was a leveled up fairy phase spider.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a fun fight. You guys did really well.
That was a lot of fun. Just two earth elementals going at it.
Right, that was great. I encourage everybody watching right now to go check out the VOD after today's game. So, next in line, we have Kira.
Kira's quest was also pretty straightforward. Kira has been without an arm
since like 5th level.
Since like 3rd level.
Okay, since like 3rd level.
It's been pretty much the entire time. And with the death of the Hierophant here in Winterhold, Kira had to go seek out the Archdruid to have her arm regenerated. So she took Tristan and journeyed to Arborea, which is a month-long trip, by the way, to the whole, like, tree city.
For context, just time chronologically, because Arborea is also where Katie went.
Mm.
But because Katie was traveling in wild shape, she actually got there before you did. Even though you guys left at reasonably the same time. Technically, you left first. But she was able to fly, run, and crawl if she needed to. So
much faster.
Her events of her stuff happened before yours did.
Did she get to meet Primfeather?
She did.
Nice. I haven't gotten to watch it yet. So we had to fight... we met Primfeather, who is this white owlbear.
The Archdruid is an awakened snowy owlbear.
They were very cool.
Not that many.
I know you do. And I even based their behavior on kind of how that mini is sitting.
Yeah.
It was really hilarious. So they had us fight a perennial wormwood. Which was
Worm with a Y.
Like a topiary, like a corrupted topiary dragon thing.
I had a lot of fun making that.
It was pretty terrifying. Kira and Tristan, well, mainly Kieran.
Hey now.
Tristan took care of the zombies, the plant zombies, and Kira kicked its ass. It was fun. There was much smashing. It is very dead for now. And then Kira got her arm. That was Kira's big thing she got, was that she got her her good left arm, which has some really neat characteristics. That
Now is it like a flesh and blood arm, or
it looks
is it
like a normal arm. It looks
Okay.
like her arm. Yeah, it's
Got it.
just extra stuff.
She's the Winter Soldier.
She is the Winter Soldier. I had not thought of it in that context, but it fits.
kind of like the Winter Soldier and Captain put together?
Kind of, yeah. It's the Paladin.
Our powers combined.
Well, Bucky did become Captain America in the comics for a while, so.
Nice. Once that was finished, Primfeather sent us back to Winterhold. Kira continued helping out. When Saul offered her the generalship, she turned it down. She was also offered the position as head of the temple in Winterhold.
The Temple of Zeratsu.
The Temple of Zeratsu, which she also turned down because,
Who needs that responsibility?
not Kira.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to save the world. Who needs that responsibility?
With the whole haversack, she's got enough responsibility.
Yes,
No,
but
that's
you
what
could
I'm
be
saying,
you could be
but,
Hierophant for 1,000 years.
Hard pass. Also, and I think she's mentioned it to at least Saul, but it makes her nervous staying in one place for too long because things tend to attack her. And she doesn't want to bring additional destruction to the city in particular. That was really all we kind of talked about her doing.
Mm-hmm. Which is fine.
If I can throw a slight wrench, she would have started trying to research the 7 blessings.
Okay. We'll deal with that after we get done with all the recaps.
And assume that Tristan would also help her because he was kind of looking into that stuff anyway.
He's a bit bookish anyway.
Yeah. And that was Kira.
Okay. Thank you. Leoben, you are next in the alphabetical order of character name.
So Leoben stayed at Winterhold for a bit, although admittedly he was kind of getting bored with the politicking, especially for Alderman Bellamy.
Kira's also on that team. Yes.
And so he admittedly did some moonlighting as vigilante and stumbled across Whiskey Jack, and they joined forces in moonlighting as vigilantes in Winterhold, making sure the place was safe for people. But I eventually started hearing this sort of music kind of drawing me off to the east. And it seems somewhat linked to the heart of the Shadow Dragon, the Darkness Shining. I believe, Darkness Shines, pardon me. And so I took the Shadow Dragon heart and traversed my way to the Frozen Wood, kind of following the music, so to speak, and came into a clearing where Isri, the drow woman who had approached me saying that she was part of the same organization me and Katie's mother was. And she was there with a high elf wizard as well as another drow gentleman. So I met with them, and they proceeded to tell me more about the organization since I'd passed the test, so to speak, in helping to defeat Darkness Shines. And they're part of an order of the Shadowed Path, which is kind of a secretive organization meant to try to maintain the balance in the world, whatever that means. And part of that was to protect the Chosen, or the Bearer, which turns out is Kira, being that she's bearing the haversack of awfulness there. And basically were willing to bestow upon me a some powers, so to speak, the mantle of the Shadow Guardian. But part of that is that I have to protect the bear. Like that's my only job from there on, is to basically effectively protect the bear. That's what the the Shadow Guardian, that's their job. Um, Ultimately, I agreed. Although I told them flat out, if it's choosing between them and my friends, I'd choose my friends, and they seem to actually kind of like that. And so they enacted a ritual, and I became the bear, or well, the Shadow Guardian. They suggested to help in this endeavor that there was a tomb not far away that the last Shadow Guardian had been entombed with, wherein they had a ring that could prolong one's life, at least from age, not necessarily from getting gutted or whatever, but that potentially could prolong one's life age-wise. And and admittedly, curiosity got the better of me, so I went after it. I broke into the tomb, although it looked like it had been broken into other times. And as I approached where this previous Shadow Guardian had been, their wraith-like being attacked me. We had a Nightcrawler-esque teleportation fight, which was delicious.
It was fucking delightful.
It was really
And
cool.
but eventually I won because I'm still here. Yay! However, and I did take the ring, although I did not put it on. And I had some other items, magic items that I made, and monies and that I picked up, but I left some of the magic items there and actually kind of reinterred all the people that were in the tombs into their respective niches and whatnot, and then kind of reinforced closed up the tomb and sort of reinforced it so it make it harder to get back into. And then I left a damn message carved into a rock saying, "Fuck with the tomb and I'll hunt you down and kill you." And then I put Wolf's name at the bottom.
That's just rude.
That's
awesome.
hilarious.
And then ultimately I did return to Saul's Rest, and I met up with, what was the name of the ogre again?
Bork.
Bork.
How do you spell that?
Bork.
And I actually met up with Bork, and we were talking a little bit about how, the Silver Dragon Inn is a disgrace. And so I offered him a business partnership in which if he would be willing to get the ball rolling, because obviously we were all going to be in and out doing stuff, but that I would be willing to hire him on, so to speak, to at least get a new Red Dragon Inn started. So as an incentive, I gave him the +1 greatsword that we had in our party loot.
Nice.
And have been sitting on forever.
That we'd just been, doing nothing with, as well as giving him 10 grand from the party fund to start the financing. I did tell him if he had any questions to definitely touch base with, like Adira or Adira's parents. Since, again, I didn't know if I was going to be in or out. Well, none of us are. We don't know if we're going to be in or out. But so the building of a new Red Dragon Inn is slowly in the works.
Yay.
And then I probably did go back into Winterhold and again did more moonlighting as a vigilante with Whiskey Jack. Probably more for the fact that again, not really into the political side. He's not really a charismatic guy, so he just does it for the funds, for the lulz.
And Whiskey Jack is pretty hot, as I recall.
The Whiskey Jack is incredibly attractive, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that didn't hurt.
Probably not.
No, it didn't. But being that he has relatively low charisma and whatnot, and
And his insight
admittedly
sucks.
his insight is not the greatest.
Oh, tell me she didn't hit on you and you missed it. Oh my god. Is that what happened?
I didn't actually hit on Brian, but I intimated that that's what happened, and I had him roll an insight check, and I think he rolled like a 7. I mean, it was...
Oh, that is beautiful. She's like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. But
I mean, it's very Leoben, that's all I can say.
Yeah. So anyway, that was... and then I did hear a little bit more about Akodaban. The Shadowed Path did inform me a little bit about Akodaban, matching kind of what you guys had heard as far as wanting to kill all the gods and take over, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate it. Malin, why don't you round us out?
Well, mine's pretty easy. I went looking for my mom. We went and tracked back through the mine. I'm the first dwarf that has been with permission through
First
the mine.
non-dwarf.
Non-dwarf, sorry. Who's been with permission through the mine. So I had to mortgage my firstborn and all that shit. Joke's on them, I'm not having kids.
I'm not sure what a dwarf Goliath hybrid would look like, and I'm kind
Who
of...
says I'm gonna have kids with him?
See, I think
like
it'd just be like the mule from Dark Sun.
I thought we discussed it, and it was Durgar.
Oh, that's right. That's where
Durgar
come from.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we go and we track. There's we find out from the people that lived there was my mom fought some nasty thing off, but then afterwards she had what they called a fit. So then went off by herself, and so we were able to track her, and she's a werewolf, so that's a problem. So there's a ritual that Merrick had that could give the person who is afflicted more control over it. So basically we exorcised her, and then a giant 20-foot wolf popped out.
I just want to say my favorite comment that was in the chat during that particular thing, I think was Laura, and it was, "Just let her boyfriend exercise you," or some shit like that. It was great.
Yes.
So the giant wolf popped out. We killed the giant wolf. My mom went back to the tribe. We reconciled. I told her not to make it weird with my boyfriend. And the end.
What did you do in the subsequent 6 months?
The rest of the 6
I don't know that we decided.
The
Did we
rest of the
decide?
6 months. We talked about it.
Did we? Well, I forgot. So it
Okay.
must have been that
You
good.
were looking for the rest of your tribe that had kind of gone.
Oh, that's
to the
right.
four
Yeah, I
ways.
was rounding up all of the people that may have got run off or went to other, maybe had gone to other tribes, just to let them know, hey, everything's okay. You can go home now.
So there you go. All right. Well, thanks for joining us for game today, guys. I really appreciate it. Kidding.
All done. Bye.
Don't do that to us.
So my question is, when you guys decided to go your separate ways and start doing your adventuring and what's not, your individual adventures, I kind of waved the GM stick and said you guys agreed that you would meet back up in about 6 months because that's about the projected time that Winterhold would be settled.
Yeah.
We didn't ever really discuss where. So as a group, where do you think you guys would have said, let's meet back up in Winterhold, let's meet back up in Saul's Rest? Like, where...
I assumed we were meeting back in Winterhold, but...
I would assume probably back in Winterhold as well.
Same. I would have gone back to Winterhold because
Sure.
Snotty bitch is in charge of Saul's Rest, and I don't want to go.
Well, Katie told Leoben to send her a sending, letting her know when and where to meet up. So wherever Leoben told her.
Right.
Wherever it is, Adira's already waiting there, primly with her legs crossed and her hands in her lap, just waiting and like looking expectant at everyone.
That's delightful.
I mean, I imagine the rest of my downtime was probably being back and forth between Saul's and Winterhold anyway.
Sure.
But,
Sounds
yeah,
like a plan. Okay, give me 1 second here.
Also, as a flavor note, I mentioned this when Brian was already on, but after 6 months, Kira's accent has gotten real strong. I can't do an accent, but she sounds a lot more like Tristan now. Eventually I'll learn how to do a Scottish accent. Maybe.
You just channel fat bastard.
No.
As far as a tool for that, there is a website, a dialect website. I'll get you I have it written down somewhere, but you can like listen to clips.
Yeah.
And it like breaks down the accents for
I'm here for it.
That's cool.
everything. I remember actually, I want to say one of the early Critical Role episodes, they actually talk about it as a reference, like they reference it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Cool. All right. So at the end of the 6 months, one downtime thing we need to handle. I need you to roll a history check with advantage.
Okay. My history's not very good. It's a 12.
Okay. All right. So you guys meet at and we're gonna say, since Leoben's the one kind of jumping back and forth and coordinating a little bit between Leoben and Kira, you guys figure out there's an inn and tavern kind of in what had been like the noble district that had remained untouched during the occupation of the Drow. Actually, it remained empty the entire time. And sorry about that. Schmoopsy, I will look at that in a second.
That's fine.
It is called the High Bell Way. It was a higher end tavern before all of the occupation. It has reopened for business. It had catered to kind of nobles and scholars and whatnot, and now it's kind of getting back more towards that, but there's a lot more of like middle class people that seem to be more confident going to there and partaking of what's there as the economy slowly starts to kind of had been fluctuating quite a bit and is now starting to stabilize again after the 6 months. Things are not 100% back to normal, but they're as close as they've been thus far. And sure enough, Adira is as even Leoben and Kira like walk in. Adira's already there, waiting patiently or impatiently.
Well, patiently,
Okay.
but just has as soon as they walk in, oh, hello, and that's it.
Kira is not wearing her armor, and she has both arms.
Adira accepts this without question.
Fair.
Can we, if we enter in together, could I have offered my arm for her?
Sure,
arm?
sure.
Right.
So Kira and Leoben walk in arm in arm, of which
And
Kira now has
admittedly, as
two.
we walk in and you're non-pulsed by this, I'm like, kind of like trying to, so she doesn't necessarily notice, but like, look at the arm.
Adira kind of cocks her head to the side and says, What, are you an item now? Is that something I'm going to have to deal with?
What? What?
No.
Instant nosebleed from Leoben. Just
Kira takes her arm back.
And yeah, and you
Exactly what Adira wanted to have happen.
and he's back to square one.
From now on, we will refer to Adira as the cock blocker. Anyway,
The anti-wing woman.
the anti-wing woman.
Pretty much, yep.
And a few minutes later, Malin, you walk in.
Hello. Hey, Kira, you got 2 arms.
I do!
Look at his fingers!
And his fingers! And the fingers work.
Oh crap! I just thought of something. Should we do even or odd whether or not we had a birthday in that 6-month period?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you should.
Because it's 6 months.
It's
so
6 months, whether or not you got a year older. That's half a
matter?
year.
I don't
Which
We'll
is
see.
what, even or odd?
You
I'll say odd. For
still
me.
get years, though.
Even. Apparently, I'm still 17.
Even means
Although-
we aged.
Well, you choose for you.
Oh, okay.
Although, even though this has been a 6-month break, over the grand total of our adventures, hasn't it been a full year at this point?
It would have been at this point, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you'd probably be 18 as it is, and that would be whether or not you're 19 now, Leoben.
All right, that works for me.
Kira had a birthday.
Kira had a birthday.
I did not have a birthday.
Edie did not have a birthday.
Adira doesn't know when her birthday is, technically.
Well, no, you have a day that your parents picked to celebrate.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
not
like your
today.
parents' gotcha
That's
day.
fine. Adira had a birthday. I
Okay.
guess.
Yeah.
I don't think your parents would let you get away with not.
Again, I have based Adira's parents on our parents. You would have a fucking birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Whether you liked it or
I,
not.
David, try to get out of my own birthday. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, you're right, because as much as I try to get out of it, it still happens every year, so... Yep.
So, there you
Yeah,
go.
They're based off your parents. Yeah, you're having the birthday.
Whether you like it or not.
Well, your feelings on it are inconsequential.
Yeah, it's not for you that they're celebrating.
True. So
And then, of
just-
course, Katie walks in.
So just Adira and Kira had birthdays.
Yes.
Okay.
I go and give Katie a big hug.
Katie gives him a hug back. And then sees Kira and runs over all excited.
Kira gives her a big hug. Both arms.
Kira, I learned how to cast this really cool spell that can regrow your arm.
Oh, wait.
This one? Yes. Did you legit get that spell?
Oh, damn it. She just kind of turns and walks away.
Yep. Adira pipes up from her place at the table and says, well, we could take it off again if it would make you feel better.
We can't. We can't. As much as I love you, Katie, this is an improved arm.
And yes, legitimately, with the last level up, she learned to cast Regenerate to regrow your arm.
Well, fuck.
And this is why I play D&D.
Yes, but it's a super arm.
It sure is.
Oh my god.
You want to arm wrestle, Leoben?
No, not even in the slightest.
I'm sure one of us will figure out a way to lose another arm. It's fine.
Yeah, hard pass. I took my turn.
I think you probably took the last 3 turns.
Oh.
Well, and let's face it, the person that's probably most likely to have that happen to.
Probably.
Yeah.
Kira learned her lesson, hopefully.
We'll see. There's a lot more game to go.
That's fair.
Just use your right arm next time. Then you can have 2 good arms.
There you go.
That was
Then
not a
I'll
happy
name
look.
you Ajax.
Anyway. So, you are back together. What the fuck are you doing?
Clawing at the carpet on the stairs.
No, clawing at the children's hampers.
Oh, weirdo.
Anyway, sorry about that. Yelling at my idiot cat. You're all back together. How much of, like, I know we went over the game. Is there anything that you would have withheld from anybody else?
Not on my end.
No.
No.
The only thing that Adira probably would have said is, I have good news.
Yeah.
I don't have to betray any of you.
What?
Great.
Was that a
That-
risk?
That's great news.
Well, I worried that the things that I do are very similar to what the Shining of Darkness dragon did. And that had a cause of concern, but no worries, I want to kill it too.
Yay!
Okay. That's great. That's
fantastic.
wonderful.
She smiles pleasantly and puts her hands in her lap.
As a
You're a weird person.
We love you anyway, though.
yep.
You are kind of weird.
Adira nods. Oh, Ronnie says hello, by the way.
Ronnie.
Oh yeah, you never met Ronnie. She turns to everyone but Kira and says, Ronnie says hello, by the way.
Oh. I do have a question, a little bit, maybe a little more out of character, I suppose, maybe. But we have a metric fuck ton of money, and we had 6 months to do something with it. Now, Leoben's already made some business investments, but that doesn't even scratch the surface of what we have. Here's a good question. Do we want to, maybe donate or do something with some of that to help with Winterhold to easily cut some of it out of there? Or do we want to build, 3 more Winterholds in Saul's Rest?
I want something named after me because that's just fun.
Kira would... Yeah, I would definitely really heavily encourage donating.
Or should we just divide it up and then you guys can decide what you want to do?
I will say Adira probably would have told everyone that she was, and some of the money would have gone to this, is bolstering Rowanthane Tower in case shit hits the fan in Saul's Rest and people. She's basically planning on it, making it a fortress where everyone in Saul's Rest can go if shit hits the fan. And I have plans of how that would happen that I want to talk to you about, Adam, later.
All but that one chick.
Yeah,
She
all but
can't
her.
go.
She can die.
I want her I want her at the steps of the tacky ass Silver Dragon Inn, just going, why?
Because in addition to that, we do have some gear which I can throw on the G chat. Do you guys want to just? Do we want to just divide?
Let's
Yeah,
maybe talk about it off screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's.
Figure out
no,
what
that's
we want
fine.
to do with it.
Yeah, and then
Just to be aware of it, that's something we'll need to address.
Yeah.
depending on how long this game takes, maybe we can do it after
That works.
the stream.
Yeah, my thought too, I want to take my share and give it to, my tribe so that they're not just totally effed.
And instantly become the wealthiest tribe in the Thruffell Mountains.
It's a big share. Yeah.
Well,
It's a lot
not
of
the
money.
whole thing, but...
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm nice, but I'm not dumb.
Well, just remember, a palace only costs 50,000 gold or something, or crazy like that, or keep. I mean, so you can buy a couple of those maybe. Anyway,
So you guys spend some time catching up, going over a few things. As the conversation, you kind of go around the horn, similar to what we did earlier. sharing your adventures with the exception of Adira, who announces that she does not have to betray any of you. Ironically, the individual that took the longest before took the shortest now. But you go around the horn, you discuss kind of what happened to everybody. And you are kind of wrapping up the conversation when there is kind of you hear this, oh, I didn't mean to, and then a pop, and like literally about 6 inches above the table that you're sitting at, Saul appears and then falls on the table. Damn it! Zaratsu! She kind
Hi.
of glances at the rest of you.
Hi.
Hi! I'm supposed to give you this, and she starts pulling things out, like, looks like 6 completely mismatched hair clips out of her hair. And she just kind of piles them one by one on the table. I'm supposed to give you those. I was supposed to give you those before I left, but I super didn't give you those before I left.
What are they?
Well, they're my hair clips. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to give them a name. Saul's super awesome, no matter what Corthian says, hair clippies.
Oh, okay.
You were looking for the blessings from the people from Godfall, yeah?
Oh, this is...
Wow.
I was there.
You were there.
Uh-huh.
That's your blessing.
Sure.
Your hair clips.
Saul's super awesome, no matter what Corthian says, hair clippies.
What do they do?
Well, for me, they just hold up my hair. Apparently for you guys, they're going to do something else.
I can look at them later. And then Adira consigns herself to 6 hours of identifying shit.
And you can go ahead and think that for now. It is just one item, even though there are 6 of them. So it will just be the 1 hour.
So Saul's super awesome no matter what
Corthian says.
Corthian says.
You guys can make a history check.
Ooh, that's a good roll. 18.
I want to hear what other people roll.
Okay. Adira is too taken with the fact that she's going to have to
12.
spend what she thinks is 6 hours to know anything.
Fair.
6.
Malin, what'd you say?
12.
Okay. Did you roll, Brian?
No, I did not.
Okay. With your 18, Kira, you... Corthian, you think, is the mortal name of the god Karuth.
I already know what Karuth's name is, though.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I do.
Well, if it's
Wanna
not...
bet?
If it's not Corthian,
It is now?
it is now.
Okay.
Because honestly, whatever name I gave you before, I probably couldn't remember what his actual name was, but then I was going back through some very old notes.
Okay. I'll rectify my notes later.
Okay.
Because I guarantee you I have a name for him somewhere.
Okay.
I think it was just Korth, but...
Okay, so it is Corthian.
Okay.
But yeah, so there's that. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
We're
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. The rest of the blessings,
Yes.
what can you tell us about them?
They exist.
Yes. Where?
Well, you're gonna have to get one from Wolf, which good luck with that. He's a dick.
True.
Great.
I think Mordecai had one too. He was also a dick, but in a different way from the way that Wolf was a dick.
Uh-huh.
He was just kind of overall really grumpy.
Fair.
Justinian, I have no idea.
Okay, what about Morgana?
Morgana, she had this thing where she like cast a spell and it like froze in time, and she called it this thing, orb of fire, flamey. I kept trying to take it, but she kept not letting me have it.
That was probably wise.
I disagree entirely.
That's rude.
I know. I like fire.
What about? As I'm frantically looking through my notes.
The Birdman had these like hand wrappy thingies.
The what?
The Birdman.
The Birdman.
The Birdman.
He was a bird?
No, he was a Birdman.
Okay. God, where's the part about... There we go. Kobar was a Birdman?
Uh huh.
Okay.
He was a airy cocker.
Yes. We'll go with that.
God bless you.
Well, like a cocker spaniel, but bird. Airy cocker.
Do you know where Morgana's was?
With her, last I saw.
Where was she?
Well, I mean, the last time I actually saw her was at the Rowanthane Tower, and that's where she died.
Huh. That's all Adira says.
All right then. Well, nifty.
The top of my head is clear, but the bottom of my head is not. Get your shit together, Zoom.
No beard for you.
No beard. Do you know where Justinian was?
No, you know those clerics of those prime triad peoples.
I don't really.
He probably went off to die in some monastery away from everybody.
Sorry, the player is putting some things together and hoping that's not what I think it is. Cool. I mean,
And the Daisho is one of the
the
blessings as
Daisho
well,
was
correct?
Kazuma's.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many is that?
That's 7. So there's the Daisho from Kazuma. There's the hair clippies from Saral.
Uh-huh.
There's Mordecai's stole. There's Wolf's whatever. That's 4. Then Justinian that we don't know about. Morgana's orb of fire, and then the monk's hand wraps. So the 7 blessings. I mean, it seems as good as anything to go after. We're gonna need as much help as we can get to try to defeat whatever the fuck this is.
Well, we know where we can find one of them.
Well, technically, we know where we can find 2 of them. If we can get Wolf to talk to us.
Did we don't. Oh.
I look very pointedly at Leoben.
What did you do?
Why are you looking at me? Why I don't know him. Like,
You suck at lying. What did you do? You
I
really
had
should
a
be better at
dream,
this.
a fucked up nightmarish hellscape-like dream where he talked to me. That's it. We are not buddies. We're not friends. We're not
I don't
drinking
think he's friends with
companions.
anyone.
I'm friends with Wolf. Saral is now standing across the room on the bar, reaching for a bottle when she literally stops what she's doing, turns around and goes, I'm friends with Wolf!
Hey, you want to tell Wolf to come talk to us?
Oh no, he doesn't like taking orders from anybody.
You want to ask him real nicely?
He doesn't like doing that either.
Great.
And then she swipes the bottle with her other hand.
So what would get him to come here?
She takes a swig. Oh! Oh, that's good. What would get him to come here? You could try... Ooh, we could try a summoning circle.
Okay,
Oh Lord, that's probably gonna piss him off.
let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna stand over there.
Wait. Okay, I have an idea. It's probably a horrible idea.
Adira looks
I mean,
real
well,
unhappy.
Go
okay,
on.
let me rephrase. I have a plan B. Let's try the summoning circle.
I mean, I've never done one before, but it can't be that hard.
Oh God.
Oh, I
Oh.
thought it was something you had done before.
No.
No? If I want to go see Wolf,
Well-
I just go see Wolf.
Where do you go see him?
Can you take?
Did people freeze?
No, we're waiting for you.
Oh.
We're here. All
Sorry.
of a sudden, you were like, "What are you doing?"
You stopped.
Sorry.
I thought Saral had like some sort of magic thing go off in her
I
head.
was like,
You can find him deep inside the whip, and she's gone.
Well,
That's helpful.
well, there goes my plan B.
She tries
Forgotten Veil. She whispers in your ear from the back of your chair, Leoben.
Forgotten Veil.
Forgotten Veil.
is that something we could make a roll on?
Sure. Make a Arcana roll.
Yeah.
25 for Adira.
17.
3.
Ah! All right then. Adira. Actually, Adira, you're good. You could, if you wanted, also make a religion check. Adira, you don't have to.
So
but-
other people make.
Oh, me.
Yeah, other people can make a religion check if they want.
Okay. Oh, my religion is much better. That's a 24.
Okay, there you go.
I know nothing.
Fair enough. Adira, the Forgotten Veil is kind of a misnomer to some extent. It's not actually forgotten. People do know about it. It is another plane of existence that is kind of the passageway between the living and the dead. It is accessible, potentially with a plane shift spell. There are also supposedly doorways that lead there where you don't have to die, but there is one surefire way to get there. And that is to die.
I'm not dying for Wolf. Thanks for playing.
Okay,
Um,
got it. Well, I can get us to the Forgotten Vale if need be.
Oh?
Yep. And she explains what it is. It's not pleasant, from what I can tell.
Kira, you have also heard of it. You've not heard it in the context of the Forgotten Vale before, but it is kind of the passage between life and death, and is one that, you know, has access at least to, like, not Breath of Life, Revivify, maybe not now, but down the road. You would be familiar that usually that's where you're pulling people from.
So I could get us there, potentially.
Well, here's
It would take me a while.
another question.
I'm worried that Adira is now plotting each and every one of your deaths.
Well, she said she
Fair.
doesn't have to betray us. She never said she wouldn't.
It's true.
True. We know where Mordecai is.
Right.
Will the Helm of Teleportation get us out of the bottom of the world?
Good question.
Well, and didn't Morgana die in Rowanthane Tower?
Morgana died in Rowanthane Tower.
So wouldn't you
Does
think
that-
she'd be laying about somewhere?
Well, but does that mean granted, Rowanthane Tower wasn't running properly until we kind of repaired it, so maybe there's extra rooms or something that maybe...
Maybe Tam
Because even
knows,
that safe was
maybe
kind of
some
hidden until we
Yeah.
found it.
I don't
And
want to talk about this safe, Leoben.
I will say, Adira, since you've been spending a lot of your time in Rowan Tower, you are kind of randomly discovering new rooms every single time you go. So, abso-fucking-lutely, it's entirely possible there's just shit that you haven't
Oh yeah,
discovered yet.
there's I would say it's a strong possibility. It seems like a very natural place to start, and it also requires me not having to send us all to the plane of the kind of dead.
Well, and it's a stepping stone. Once we get if we can find Morgana, then we can go deal with Mordecai, and that's 2 down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the last time we all saw Wolf, I don't know why I said monk. The last time we all saw Wolf, I think, was at the bottom of the world.
Correct.
So it's possible that he may pop in,
Possible.
maybe.
Yeah.
Something tells me the helmet teleportation is probably not going to get us out of there, because if it did, then why wouldn't everybody else leave?
Because
Well, they don't
helms
have
are
the
really
helmet.
rare, yeah. I don't know, Adira, does it sound like something the helm could do?
I don't know, GM, does it sound like something the helm could do?
If the helm were on... If the bottom of the world were on the prime material plane, which you're not actually 100% sure if it is or not,
Right.
it theoretically could work.
So Adira says this information.
So
But I could get us back from the bottom of the world at this point, I think.
Truthfully, I think that's probably not a bad way to go. At least start with maybe looking for Morgana, and then... we need to work ourselves up to Wolf. Like, we start with Morgana, then we deal with Mordecai, and then if we survive all of that shit, then we might be able to have a talk with Wolf. That doesn't cause me to wet myself.
Should we stop saying Wolf's name? Because I seem to remember the last time we said the name Wolf a lot was when he actually showed up. Or maybe
True,
we just
although-
say it a lot. Wolf,
Now
wolf,
you
wolf,
say
wolf,
that.
wolf,
If
wolf,
we
wolf,
just say
wolf,
it over and over and over and over and over again, it might annoy the fuck out of him to come over here and
wolf,
stop
wolf,
us.
wolf, wolf,
Yeah,
wolf,
but
wolf,
if
wolf,
he's
wolf,
annoyed,
wolf,
is he going to be willing to, help us? Probably not. He'll probably show up and tell us to shut up and then leave and then hide.
But we
I mean,
just
we
keep
just-
saying his name.
Yeah. Wolf, 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 wolf,
Oh
wolf.
my god.
I will say that with your history roll that I had you roll earlier, you learned a bit about the histories of the 7 heroes, not so much where they were, but a little bit about who they were before, because that's
Yeah.
mostly what's going to be in Winterhold anyway. Wolf was a serial killer?
Sorry,
So
the
maybe
look on
that's
your
not a great
face.
plan.
The look on your face as he said that. It's fucking priceless. All
I mean,
right.
there's 5 of us and 1 of him. I think if it came to that, we could take him.
I don't.
So as you're sitting there, right, wolf, 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 wolf. Oh wait, he was a serial killer. This may not end well.
Yeah.
Maybe this is another way we should go.
Let's maybe not annoy him.
Well, I mean, he wants us to keep all the nasty things safe, right?
Not
He-
necessarily. He just wanted
the
them on the
nasty
board
things back in play. It was not at all
because
that
it
he
made
wanted
things
us to keep it safe.
interesting.
I will point out, if you're listening, us having the 7 blessings would make shit a hell of a lot more interesting for you. Just a thought. Please don't murder us. Thanks.
Smooches.
Smooches.
I love that you just fundamentally prayed to Wolf.
That is more or less how I talk to Zaratsu.
No.
So yeah, that's fair.
you just prayed to the ex-serial killer psychopomp.
I mean...
Katie, meanwhile, just continues to much more quietly, kind of under her breath, and much more cautiously keep saying, "Wolf, wolf, wolf, wolf."
Katie, shush.
So, it sounds like we're at least good with the starting place of starting at Rowan Thane, searching for Morgana.
Yes.
Okay. Adam, one of the things that I had wanted was just a ease of access to Rowan Thane Tower, giving essentially keys to Rowan Thane Tower to each of us.
Okay.
That allows us to teleport into it without the helm of teleportation. Is that acceptable?
Yes, that is acceptable. I will say that it's keyed to a specific distance, though. So you have
Okay.
to be at least in Saul's Rest to teleport there.
Okay, so we couldn't go there now. But if we got to...
We could
whatever.
teleport to Saul's Rest and then bam.
I will also point out, and I will also remind you, there's a number of other things that it's up to you guys if you want to research it, but there's a number of other kind of hanging threads. There was the chant that the Darkness Shines was chanting
Yeah.
in his lair, their lair. I don't know if I ever gendered Darkness Shines. They're just more information in general about the big bad, the Akodaban creature. I had a list. I should maybe refer to my list.
They smile in the dark.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, and then just in general, like the other locations of the ones you don't know where they are.
Yeah. Also, we have Saul to deal with. Assuming he hasn't left yet.
Are you gonna jump him?
Yeah. So Saul is leaving, and he's being real cagey, and won't say where he's going or why, and I'm a little worried.
So we need to have a talk with Saul.
Yes. Ding dong.
Okay. Well, let's do that since we're in town and he's in town.
So what do you guys do?
Let's go find Saul.
We jump Saul.
That's a fight that I would like to see. Anyway.
We have numbers.
Wait. When you say we jump Saul, I just want to define your definition of what you mean by that.
It's really important to me that we're clear.
We are cornering Saul and talking with him.
Okay.
There's no violence involved.
Well, I wasn't thinking of violence.
There's
I was
also
thinking
no
of,
sexy
my dirty
times
mind
involved.
was thinking of other things and going.
I mean, Kira wouldn't do that in front of people.
Saul's hot.
Saul is hot.
Saul is hot. It's fine.
Yeah, and Leovin's just sitting there going, all of a sudden going, I am surrounded by women that...
One of them is your sister.
No. Yeah, no, like, not women, I mean, no offense, Malin's scary, Adira's like best friend's sister, and Katie is literal sister. Kira's pretty much the only one, but I don't know what the whole shadow thing, how he nesses, like, I mean, he's still probably got a bit of a crush, teen crush, because, you know, he's a teenager, he's dumb. But, and Kira's awesome, but I don't know, now he's got to deal with that whole ring. I don't know if he knows what the hell he wants to do.
Well, he
So
also,
then all of a sudden,
like,
you talking about jumping Saul, it's a little...
I mean, he knows Kira's gonna live for a real long time. Because we had that conversation.
That is true.
At any rate, you guys pay your tab, and apparently for Soral's bottle. Because she didn't fucking pay for it. She just disappeared with it in her hand.
Yes, we pay for Soral's bottle.
And I think it's very important that one of you tells Jess that this happened. Anyway, so you guys pick up and you start heading towards the the kind of where the military has been basing its operations out of, where Saul has kind of made his office for the last half a year. As you walk through, the town itself is kind of returning to some semblance of normalcy. People are walking the streets again with a little bit more impunity. People are not really walking with the same level of fear that they had for the first few months. There's still a level of kind of wariness to them, but they're a lot more confident with everything that's been going on, to such a degree where, like, the dwarves, which had been supplementing the army and the militia of Winterhold, have been slowly being phased back and going back to their homes in the Thrufell Mountains. It does seem like a deal was brokered to kind of maintain a dwarven presence in the city. So there is going to be at least a garrison, which there had not been before. Is
the Brad Pitt of Dwarves staying?
The Brad Pitt of Dwarves had requested a transfer. So Merrick of the Stone is going to be staying in Winterhold, at least for the time being. So yeah, and that was once you guys, because he had let you go find your people. So when you got back to Winterhold, Malin.
What is this let shit?
He had left you so you could go find your people, because he had other responsibilities. There was no letting.
That's fair. There's no let. I am a free agent. I do what I...
Correct. He had left you because he had other responsibilities and he'd done what he'd set out to do. So he had gone back, and when you got back to Winterhold, that was the news that he kind of surprised you with, is that he's going to be staying in Winterhold for at least the foreseeable future. So.
That's very nice.
And then you had Goliath Dwarven Sex on his desk. Anyhow.
We go find Saul.
You go find Saul. I know we're not quite 2 hours in. We're about an hour and 20 in, but I think this is actually a decent time to take a quick break.
Good.
Yeah.
So let's take 10 minutes.
Why are you avoiding this conversation?
Because it's hilarious. So let's take about 10 minutes. It is 2:40, so we'll be back around 2:50.
We should all make bets on what this conversation is and why it's hilarious.
All right, so in the chat, why is this conversation going to be hilarious? I want everybody to speculate wildly. I will be running a quick ad for anybody who is watching. Just you take that moment to get up, go to the bathroom, get a drink, what have you. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Oh god, it better not be that, Malin.
right, we're back, and we're just we're waiting for everybody to kind of cycle back in, but we're just
50 gold
figuring out some
pieces
gold
worth of
stuff.
silver. Yeah.
So we had over
About 96,000 and change for gold.
Each or total?
No, just total of just the gold pieces.
Okay.
not
I'm just
including
giving
the
you-
40 plus thousand.
I'm just giving you the total so far of all the individual breakdown as I'm adding them up here.
Okay.
And then, yeah, 50,140 platinum pieces. For a grand total in gold piece value of 640,429 gold pieces worth of value.
That's like 100,000 each.
Now, I just want to state, for the record,
That's so much money.
that a, let's see, what is it listed under? I think downtime activity, if I want to, let's see, where is it at? Downtime activities, 127. So, so building a palace. Oh no, we wouldn't be able to do more than one palace. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. However, if we wanted our own, well, let's go with the most expensive thing. A keeper small castle is 50,000 gold pieces. A temple is 50,000 gold pieces, but takes way longer to build, as does an abbey, because apparently you gotta take extra time. But even so, 400. So if we wanted to build a keep or small castle, oh no, I guess that's 400 days too. Never mind, they're all 400 days. Haha, never mind. But that's only 50,000 gold pieces, so you could all buy your own keep, as well as a noble estate with manor, and still have 25,000 gold pieces worth of shit to deal with.
Wow.
And that's assuming we all just took 100 grand each and then gave the rest to charity or something.
That's a lot.
Well, I think we need to build, all of us, our own super awesome keep with at least some of that.
See, what you should do is you should each build a keep, but do it in a big circle, and then use the rest of the money to make walls between each keep, so that you have one, like, giant just keep.
Well, that's what we build around Saul's Rest.
Fuck that. This is our hometown. They're not taking it.
Yeah, she can have that one tavern, but we're going to build everything
We're
around
just gonna
it.
take
and we'll
the
just all
rest.
And we'll just stand on the wall like this.
Now, I will say I did, so sorry, let me subtract 10 grand off of that, because I did give the, well, actually, I'll just take that out of my share. Never mind. I'll take that out of my share, the 10 grand that I gave to Bort. Yeah, that's a monetary, that's crazy. Now, in addition to that, there was a couple of pieces of gear that we, I don't think we officially divested to anybody, and I did not yet add into my group thing. There is an ion stone that gives something to strength.
I don't have any attunement slots, so.
An ion stone which can increase your strength by 2 up to a maximum of 20. It does require attunement. A ring of evasion, which I almost feel didn't we give out the ring of evasion to someone?
I thought we did too.
I thought we did.
Does someone have a ring of evasion on their character sheet?
Do you have it?
Nope.
That also requires attunement, yeah?
Not I.
I believe it does.
No.
Okay, so maybe we were talking about it but never did. We have a maul +1, 2 cloaks of shadows, because we've got
A billion of
literally like 6 or 7 more at home, like whatever.
Someone needs to use them all just so we can sing the Mullet commercial.
In addition to that, we've got a potion of fly, a potion of invisibility, a potion of longevity, a potion of supreme healing, and a potion of vitality. There's a black robe of the Archmagi, which none of us are going to use because we're not evil yet. I'm looking at you, Adira. Anyway. And then
She got a robe of the Archmagi, which is neutral, so like
Right,
we're
no,
good.
I'm teasing. There is a magic tattoo of absorbing necrotic damage. And then a sword of answering and a defender short sword.
Does the tattoo require an attunement slot?
Yeah, they do.
Well,
Pretty much
ooh.
darn near all of that requires a...
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at the point with your gear where you're going to have to start picking and choosing what makes the most sense. And I know a couple of you have some dedicated things. But I will tell the two Falchion... Well, you're not wielding the Falchion anymore. I will tell Malin with the Falchion, eventually you're probably going to run across a weapon that's going to be more powerful than that.
Now, what kind of
I'm just
sword is...
waiting.
What kind of sword is the sword of answering?
I think it was a longsword.
Longsword? Okay.
Yeah.
I also got some items in my side quest that I can't use.
Okay, we can add them to the list if you like.
So I have a spell scroll of Hex
We'll just give that to Adira.
that I figured we'd give to Adira. I have 50 blowgun needles that are +1.
Okay.
And a lantern of revealing.
Now, Lantern of Revealing does not require attunement, I don't believe.
I'll keep it on my stuff then.
You gave me stuff, but I don't know what it is. So
Do you have it written down?
no, because you never sent it to me.
Oh, I was supposed to send it to you.
Yeah, you never did.
Well, lucky for you, I have it here.
Yay!
Yeah, Lantern of Revealing does not require attunement.
Okay, I'll keep that on mine.
Sorry for the housekeeping, everybody. We started doing this during break, and we just want to get it done real quick.
If you want to send it to me, I can look at it later, just so I have it.
Sending it to you now.
Thank you.
You guys might want to use the Sword of Answering. Oh, holy fuck. Although, what's the alignment on the Sword of Answering?
Roll me a d10 and re-roll a 10.
I would be happy to. A 1.
Lawful good.
Yeah, yeah, wow.
Trick is that as it is lawful good, you have to be lawful good to attune to it, and I don't think anybody in the party is lawful good.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, that's sad.
Because Kira, I believe, is lawful neutral.
I don't remember what Kira is. Yeah, lawful neutral.
Then it will be handed off to our children.
I
don't
am
think
cranky
we could
because
be
I can't get into D&D Beyond.
Really?
No, it's the sign in. It was making me sign in with either Google, Twitch, or Apple, and I didn't create my account with any of those.
That's weird.
And there is no sign in. It's really making me cranky. Do not make me have to redo all of my character sheets. Please do not do that, D&D Beyond. You suck.
Is there any other housekeeping we need to deal with?
No.
Okay.
Although, funny enough, we apparently had 50 blowgun darts that were +1 before, so now we've got 100 +1 blow darts. So I will have to. I'll add that to the list.
That's hilarious. Somebody really liked blow dart.
Looks like the weather's clearing up here, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, with that out of the way, you guys find your way to the, military the military building. Real quick, we'll go with Kira, odd or even.
Even.
Is good. Okay. So you go to the military building and you find your way to Saul's office. Doors usually open. This time it is closed.
I knock.
You hear kind of a shuffle on the other side, some muttering, and then the door opens and you see Tristan standing there. Oh, it's you. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Where's Saul?
Saul left this morning. I thought he told you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That would be a negative. Where'd he go?
I didn't see. He packed up his stuff, told me I was in charge, left a few instructions, and left.
You asshole.
Yep, I'm an asshole.
What the hell?
Did he say where he was going?
Up north? That's the extent of what I know. There's not much more north than ocean.
This is his office, yes?
Was.
It's now mine.
Was?
Yeah.
Great. Adira starts looking for things.
What? Pardon you?
Oh, I'm not looking for anything of yours. I'm looking for a fleck of skin or hair that was Saul's.
I'm
That's a little
not
creepy.
less concerned.
It's fine, brother.
Shush, I know what she's doing. Be quiet and look.
Make an investigation
Well,
check.
Adira rolled a nat 1 on the die, so no,
Can-
she finds nothing.
Can we assist so that she can have an advantage?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me try that again.
Well, here's a question. I have my fox companion back now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have Nasha try to sniff out something that smells like Saul.
Okay. Roll the fox's search using her keen senses. I believe the fox has keen senses.
I believe so. Let's see here.
What'd you roll on the
It's a
advantage
race
roll,
now.
Adira?
24 total. So it went from a nat 1
Yes.
plus 7 to 17
Nice.
plus 7. So thank
You're
you
welcome.
for the advantage.
And then the fox.
The fox. Hold on, they have advantage with perception from smell. So, and rolled an 18 both times, so 27.
Yes!
Do you give specific instructions as to what she's looking for?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, Adira and the Fox, which sounds like it should be a buddy cop comedy.
I mean, Nasha is awakened, so I just have to go,
It's
hey,
Turner and
Nasha,
Hooch.
go find something that smells like Saul.
So she's sniffing around, and Adira's like looking and looking and looking, and eventually, say your name again?
Nasha.
Nasha. Eventually, Nasha kind of goes, "Oh, and she trots over, and she's got a length of Saul's hair, kind of clenched delicately between her teeth.
Good girl, Nasha.
I am the bestest of girls.
May I?
She kind of trots over to you and gets up on her back paws. Lets you have it. You have to remember that Nasha is with you because I can have a lot of fun with that character.
Yep. And I just remembered too. It's like, hey, wait, we can have a lot of fun with this.
Adira looks at everyone, looks at the hair, and says, "Give me whatever the length of time for scrying is."
Nice. 10 minutes?
For ritual or regular casting?
We'll do ritual.
Okay, then it'll be 10 minutes plus, I believe, a minute per spell level. Which scry is, I
Give me
think,
15 minutes.
third?
Well, I'll cast it as a fifth, damn it, if I can, with ritual. I don't think you could do that, actually. But give me 15 minutes just to be safe.
Okay.
So Adira starts doing the Macarena in the corner with his hair.
In the corner of Tristan's office.
Tristan just kind of sits down and he's now just watching everything transpire.
What did he say to you?
He said he was going north. That I was in charge. I mean, we all knew he was leaving at some point.
Yes.
What is this we all, Kimosabe?
We knew he was leaving.
He made it very clear that the position of general was a interim thing for the time being. He never wanted that level of responsibility. And 15 minutes passes. I believe.
You're muted, Leoben. Oh, maybe you meant to be.
Maybe he meant to be. So you cast the scry spell as a ritual in the corner of Tristan's office. You focus on the hair, and the hair kind of, as the spell finishes, the hair kind of dissolves. And suddenly your vision is kind of pulled from this place, shoots way up into the sky, until you can kind of see basically you can see almost the entire continent from this vantage point, and then you kind of plummet back down until you're hovering about 10 feet over Saul. He's in a pinewood forest, and he is bundled against the cold. He's got a fairly large pack on his back, and he is walking.
Now, was I able to triangulate the position of where he was when I zoomed out and zoomed back in?
Make a perception check, because it happened very, very quickly. We'll say just a straight roll. Normally it would be disadvantage, but you're canny.
Adira sees nothing. She is not canny.
Well,
You know he's north.
I mean, if he left this morning, depending
He's
on what
not
time it is.
super far away.
Yeah.
Well, he's in a pinewood forest. He looks hale and hearty, and he's north of here. He's wearing this, and this.
Would we know how far he'd be able to travel that quickly?
I mean, Tristan is able to kind of give you a more accurate, like he said this morning originally, but he's able to give you a more specific, like just after dawn.
Mm-hmm.
It is now like 10 in the morning. So he's got about 3 hours of travel. I mean, and you've traveled with him before. You know he moves at a pretty good clip.
Yeah.
But he'd be I mean, several miles outside of Winterhold at this point.
Well, do we go after him? Or do we let him go?
What do we gain from going after him?
He'd be about 9. I just did the math. He'd be about 10 miles out of Winterhold.
He's a friend, and I worry about him.
Well, I just saw him. He looks great.
And we do want to just check in with him before we go off doing stuff, right? I mean, probably wouldn't hurt, right?
I know he's a friend. And he's my friend too. But Saul doesn't do anything without a good reason. And if he didn't tell us where he was going, there's a good reason.
That's not good enough.
Why?
Because I said so.
Well, unfortunately, that's not how the world works. And you don't have to listen to me. But I'm willing to bet he'll tell you very similar things. And that's going to be a lot harder from him.
Adira says, I vote we go back to Rowan Tower. Saul is doing what he does. He is a very big person and can take care of himself. He has his thing that he needs to do. We have ours.
It's rude not to say, but whatever.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't rude.
Yeah, okay.
If that's what everyone wants to do, then I guess that's what we do.
Do we have any way to, like, send a message to him? Oh, you of magic-y types?
I.e., does anybody have sending?
I.e.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm sure our paths will cross again. Seems we're on a collision course with destiny. He probably is too.
Fair enough.
Let's go then.
Right, so, thanks all for coming. Ransacking my office.
Oh, we didn't
Casting
ransack it.
weird spells in the corner.
Oh, you're fine. Quit complaining.
Oh, he's not actually. He's definitely joking.
I give him a big hug.
He gives you a hug. He actually goes around and gives everybody a big old hug. Assuming it's accepted.
Sure.
Offers a big hug.
When he's hugging Adira, she plucks a hair from his head.
It's like, oh, what was...
You just have a plastic bag full of everybody's hair. That's not weird. or
In
anything.
Sharpie, Tristan, Saul.
And she says, just in case. And puts it into a little pouch. And
Okay,
then prestidigitation's a big T into
I'm so here for that.
I'm writing that down.
By 20th level. Adira, what's that? Oh, it's my bag of hair.
Nobody believes in witchcraft until you go ask them for hair and fingernails.
Right.
Then they get all mad.
Get all mad.
So true.
Well, don't run it into the ground while we're gone.
I don't think that's likely to happen. Moms are in charge, at least for the time being.
For now.
As soon as we know the results of the election, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Let's get going.
I'm curious, Malin, do you have the kind of relationship with Merrick that you have to go say goodbye, or...
It's rude not to say goodbye, so I will go say goodbye.
How long
I mean,
is
but
your
it's
goodbye?
not like, I don't know. It's more like, hey, I'm leaving. Okay, see you soon. Bye. I mean, it's not.
Fair enough. It's not afternoon.
Drawn
It's
out.
not afternoon delight.
Well, I mean, it could be, depending on, you know.
You got time for a quick one?
Yeah, we don't have to leave for another hour. Let's hit it.
Whereas everybody is expecting.
Yeah,
to go.
they're all waiting outside of the Dwarven Enclave, like, where the fuck is she?
Priorities. Fuck y'all.
All right.
If Malin is having a late morning delight, Kira will say goodbye to the moms. Otherwise,
Fair enough. Sounds like Malin is having a late morning delight, so you say goodbye to the moms.
Yeah, it's gonna be months before I get any, so yes.
That's fair. That's fair. Do you all... As Malin goes in and forewarns you that she may be a little bit, and Kira decides this might be a moment to go say goodbye to the moms, what are the rest of you going to do?
Probably just killing time playing with Nasha and stuff.
Okay.
Truthfully, I'd probably just be spending time with Katie because we hadn't really.
You haven't seen each other much in the last 6 months, yeah.
So it's a reunion of the original
And-
3 friends.
It
so
is.
And
we're
that's
just
kind of the
hanging
weird,
out.
right? And that's kind of the weird thing is like, this was really the first extended period of time where that was the case.
That's true.
Yeah. We're probably just Adira would join them in hanging out.
Okay. You're in a nice like park. I mean, I believe it's snowy. Because this is in terms of weather-wise, this is further.
what time of year is it?
Well, I'm thinking the climate-wise, this is more like northern Canada.
Oh.
So I mean, yes, they do get some summer months, but it's not very many. So I mean, even if it is like April or whatever, there's probably still snow on the ground. So, so Malin, you go have some fun. And Kira, you go to your mom's house. And you were informed by one of the recently hired servants, rehired servants, I should say, that the moms are taking tea. And there is a guest.
Should I not intrude then?
They just kind of, that's entirely up to you.
Who's their guest?
Your sister.
Ugh. God, I don't want to deal with her. Please let them know that I'm here.
They incline their head and kind of scuttle off. A moment later, they come back and they say that you're welcome back there if you wish.
I put on my hopefully least annoyed smile and will go to wherever they're taking tea.
Okay. They're in kind of this sun-dappled room. Lots of glass to kind of trap the heat inside.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sure enough, there's Freya and the other one, whose name I never remember. Alana. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why I can't remember her name.
I know, she's the one that's my birth mom, too.
I know. Cece, Freya, and Alana, and they are sitting across from your sister Sabina. And they stand as you enter, except for Sabina.
I just...
The moms come up and give you hugs and kiss you
I
on the
hugged
cheek.
them back. I just came to say my goodbyes.
And they kind of go, "Oh, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're heading out.
Okay. We knew that time was coming soon. Just don't stay away so long this time, okay?"
I will try not to. I glance over at Sabina.
She's holding her tea and just kind of sipping it. She looks over at you. She says, "Take care, dear sister."
You as well. And I just maintain uncomfortable eye contact.
Which she
with
maintains
her
right back.
For probably longer than necessary, and then kind of incline my head and thinking very loudly to myself, I still don't like you. And just leave.
Okay. You guys find your way back to the park.
Yeah.
Where there is a game of... Basically, it's catch and fetch. Between probably between, I don't know, would Adira play?
How I think Adira would interact is command Gregory to create platforms with his invisible body with snow over it so that Nala can jump over him and whatnot and use this invisible platform. And I think that's how Adira is engaging.
Okay. So the three of them are playing this game that is kind of a combination of catch, fetch, and have the fox do amazing acrobatics on Gregory. Or specifically off of Gregory. When Malin and Kira come back at roughly the same time.
Kira looks much less disheveled than Malin.
Yeah, Malin's still kind of trying to tame her hair a little bit.
Whatever.
Well, shall we go do a thing?
Let's go do a thing.
Let's go do a thing.
Yep.
All right, teleportation boy, where are you going?
Everybody hold hands. We'll go to Saul's Rest. Because that's where the tower's at, right?
Yeah.
Schwamp.
Where do you weep?
Actually, probably in front of Mom and Dad's place.
Okay. The party just kind of, the world kind of disappears around you, and you reappear in front of Katie and Leoben's childhood home. There's kind of a loud, as you appear from behind you, up on the steps of the house. There's a loud crack, and a startled ah. And as you turn, you see your father.
Hey, Dad.
Oh, God, you gave me a heart attack, kid.
Sorry, sir.
He's kind of medium height. Leoben very much favors his father. He's kind of got the darker complexion, darker hair, darker complexion. He does cheekbones for days. Fairly good-looking guy, but very much the kind of unkempt look of the Aragorn-esque ranger. As he kind of steps down the stairs, he actually scoops up the couple of stacks or a stack of wood that he apparently dropped when you appeared, and he's like, "Man, I will never understand these crazy magic items that you guys managed to find."
Well, we can explain some of them to you, but yeah, they're interesting.
He walks. I mean, he gives you a hug. And Katie, do you have the kind of relationship with your stepfather that you hug?
Probably. She probably calls him Garum and not Dad, but
Okay. So yeah, he'll give you a hug, and
feels kind of weird calling somebody younger than you Dad.
it's true.
And I realize now, I don't know if the rest of Adira obviously has, but I don't know if Malin and Kira have necessarily met him yet.
Nope.
And you see him kind of reach over and muss up Adira's hair. It's obviously a thing that he's been doing since she was like 3.
And she scrunches up her face in dissatisfaction, but doesn't complain.
Yep, pretty much.
So, Dad, I should introduce you here. We've got a couple of friends that I don't think you've met yet.
I haven't.
Malin, this is Malin Grimm's daughter, and Kira Berglund Tierbo. This is my father, Garum.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
He offers you both kind of the warrior's grip.
Oh, Kira definitely shakes his hand.
Yeah, you can't. You have both arms.
I have both arms. It's very exciting. Still.
He's like, I know. He says, well, we haven't met, but Miss, how did you introduce her last name?
Which one?
Kira's.
Berglund Tierbo?
Okay.
Like it is on the screen.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
And he says,
right. Black guy.
yeah. He says, we haven't officially met, but I've heard of your reputation, Miss Berglund Tierbo, particularly during the, surrounding the events surrounding the death of Saul the Elder. So I've heard of you. Welcome back to Saul's Rest. I just got back into town myself, but are you hungry?
Sure.
We can eat.
Come on in. I'll cook something up. So he turns and he leads you into the house.
Yeah, I don't think Kira's ever been in Leoben and Katie's parents' house.
Nope, sure hasn't.
Oh. Nice little place, though.
Yeah, it's nothing fancy, but it's cozy, it's comfortable, it's clean. It definitely has the feel like when he says he just got back into town, you get a sneaking suspicion that he means that morning.
Sure.
So like as he walks in, he's like, I apologize for the condition. I haven't been around for a while. I've been out in the wilds for a bit. And he immediately is like, Leoben, will you sweep up? Katie, will you help me grab will you help me by grabbing a thing of water from the well?
What can I do to help?
He's like, oh, well, you're okay. And he immediately, like anybody who offers, he will put you to work.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll do the
Gregory's
stuff.
very happy to help.
Gregory is very... one of these days, it wouldn't hurt you to pick up a spoon.
Katie will
Adira picks up a spoon and gives it to Gregory.
Katie will instruct Nasha to help Garum as best as she can.
Leoben, spell your dad's name.
Partially the very offhand, like, hey, we got a fox that can talk, by the way.
G-A-R-R-I-M.
And then goes off and does her thing.
Okay. And yes, Malin, he will also put you to work as well. In a very short order, with all of the people helping, minus Adira, but plus Gregory.
And who cast that spell?
Adira. In very short order, the house is cleaned up, at least to Garum's satisfaction. And there is what is turning out to be a very delicious smelling soup simmering over the fire. And he kind of, after all of the kind of fervor of getting everything set up and cleaned up and whatever, he kind of says, well, that's got to sit for a few minutes. So you see him kind of pull out his chair at the table. One of the things, probably the thing he had Malin do, was go out to the shed and grab more chairs for guests. Because really it's just the 4 chairs there. But yeah, so he'll pull out his chair and take a seat and just kind of make some small talk.
Yeah, I'll catch up. Let him know some of the chaos that's going on.
Out of curiosity, how much do you inform him of?
I'd talk about current events in Saul's Rest. I talk about the business investment with Bork in building our own frickin' Red Dragon Inn.
He laughs at that one.
And I did tell Bork if he had questions or whatever, and you happen to be around, if he needs a little help. So just give you a heads up.
Yeah, I'm in town for a few weeks. I don't need to go back out for a while. So if he needs help with any of the carpentry or whatever, I'm happy to give him a hand.
I'm sorry, sir. What is it that you do?
Oh, I'm a woodsman.
Gotcha.
So mostly a lot of foraging, but I occasionally will scout locations for the loggers to do their business and this and that.
Interesting.
I occasionally get into it with some of the local color. And you see, like, he has kind of just below his cheekbone, and it's kind of hidden because he's got the Aragorn scruff.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hidden a little bit, but you do see like the healing remains of a bruise.
Hey, I have a question, guys. I know we've got some equipment we've come across that we haven't really decided to do anything with it. There's a couple of items that I just kind of realize now might not be bad to hand out. Would you be okay if I gave Dad that short sword?
Let's see, why not?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's not something we can use.
I certainly won't use it.
All right.
He kind of crooks a brow at this exchange.
So we've been busy.
I gathered.
To put it
Extremely lightly.
Extremely lightly. And there's a lot of stuff going on, and admittedly I don't know if we're even gonna have time to go through all of it. Because quite frankly there's a lot. But we've come across some gear in our exploits, and as you can see, because I'm sitting there carrying a double sword and all that craziness.
You all are pretty kitted out at this point.
Yeah. But I know this could be very helpful, and I know you like to travel light, and I'll show him the short sword, the defending short sword.
Nice. He'll graciously reach out and take it, and he kind of steps away from the table. He actually steps outside onto the porch, and he draws it, and he kind of tests the balance of it. And he says, "That's a very fine weapon." He slides it back in the sheath, and he kind of holds it up, and he says, "Are you certain you're willing to part with it?"
Might as well go to someone who can use it.
Then
Yeah.
I'm very grateful. Thank you. And you see he kind of walks over to you see there's kind of a place where his bow is kind of hung up on the wall. It's not strung. There's his arrows or whatever. And there is a blade above that. It is a short sword. He removes that blade and he puts this one in its place.
I mean, he doesn't use a long sword. I'm assuming he's more of an archer than a...
He tends to be more of an archer, but he does prefer to have a blade for, close combat.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just kind of taking a look at some of our other stuff. Now, granted, I have some of my personal stuff that I've also left there that, quite frankly, I'll be like, hey, so here's a couple of magic daggers if you want, because I'm not using them.
It occurs to you, Adira, that given the kind of shop that Ronnie has, he might be able to purchase some of the things that you don't need.
Oh.
Or we could give it to him.
Or he could purchase
I
it.
don't care. Adira will bring that up and say, hey, Ronnie owns a shop. Maybe we can get some money. Or, the things that we really don't care about, we could just give, because there's only so much money in Southwest.
Right. No, I agree. And some of this stuff, I don't know if I necessarily even want to hand out. It might be better to just store it in the tower. Like the Mirror of Life trapping and the Black Robe are the Archmagi.
Yeah, let's not put those out into the world.
Right? Like they've been out in the world long enough. We should
They could be retired in Rowan Thane Tower.
right. But like some of this other stuff, yeah. Dad's not lawful good, is he?
No.
Okay.
No, I would say he's probably more in line with like neutral good.
Neutral or yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
What's Saul's alignment?
Lawful good.
Lawful good?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he would have stuck around long enough.
I know, right?
Asshole.
Not that you're salty about that at all.
We could have got a
So
frickin'
mad at you.
kitchen sword.
So what do you guys do?
Well, and for what it's worth, I had a cloak of shadows, my cloak of shadows that I left at Mom and Dad's, so I'll hand him that too if he's interested.
Yeah, he'll take it. Can't hurt.
It's great for sneaking.
Someday I'll actually stat out your father just because I build characters for fun.
What? You're a regular gamer who likes to murder?
I
I
know,
think
right?
it's super cute that he went and took the sword out outside.
Right.
It's kind of precious.
It's adorable.
Well, safety first.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Let's head to the tower.
Just say the word. Adira holds up her stone and then just disappears. And then reappears and says, it's not a literal word, just think about it.
Oh,
Okay, that's
Did
that's
you
cool.
give us those?
she did.
Yes, yeah, she
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
So add to your character sheets. Each of you has a key to Rowan Thane Tower.
Keystone.
Keystone to Rowan Thane Tower, which can be
And actually-
accessed from anywhere in Saul's Rest.
And before I bamf too, I'll be like, so Dad, here's a magic dagger, here's another bone magic dagger, and here's another magic dagger that you don't want, because it's actually kind of cool but cursed. So we'll just leave that back here, because I had that gambler's blade. at the
Right,
beginning.
right.
But I'm like, at this point, I might as well give him some of this stuff, because I'm not gonna.
Here's a dagger. Here's another dagger. Here's another dagger, but don't use this dagger.
Right.
Does
But
he
I'll-
mark the one he's not supposed to use so he
Oh,
won't get it mixed up?
It is very distinctive.
Well, and truthfully, I'd probably just put it back in my pile of crap that I store at Mom and Dad's place.
That works.
And then I'll give him the 5 quivers of arrows that I also stored at Mom and Dad's place, because I don't use a bow, so... Like I said, I dumped a lot of shit there. That was like my dumping ground, but hey, now we have Rowan Thane Tower, so I can dump all my shit there.
Yeah, he's like, that explains why your room was a giant pile when I got home.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
As long as you clean it before you go.
And then as he says that, I'll look a little sheepy and goes, yeah. Sorry, that ain't gonna happen. And then I poofed him.
Katie will turn to him, go, oh, it's gonna happen. And we'll try to teleport to the tower with Dasha.
Yeah, so you pick up Nasha and you're able to teleport with her. Yes.
Alright.
Thank you for the soup.
He says you're very welcome. Oh, it was very good soup too, by the way.
And I will follow suit.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you.
You as well.
Leoben is a handful. I see you had your hands full. Bye!
You're not wrong.
Was he always this oblivious?
Yes, pretty much always.
Okay, good. So it's not a new development for him.
No,
All right.
no, this is very par for the course. I would be concerned if he suddenly became observant.
Fair. Well, I was wondering if it was a head injury, but you know.
Well, now hold on. He's perceptive, but on the finer details. Not so much the people.
People are hard.
He doesn't people well.
He doesn't people well.
All right.
So you
Howard.
appear one by one in the... Leoben, you appear first. Followed shortly there... Or, sorry, Adira, you appear first. My apologies. In the kind of opening foyer, or at least what you have determined to be the opening and foyer of Rowan Thane Tower. You wait a moment, and Leoben appears with kind of a big shit-eating grin on his face. Followed shortly thereafter by Katie and Nasha. And is there an exchange, Katie?
Oh yeah, Katie's got kind of that disapproving mother look on her face and goes, Leoben Nalendil, you will clean your room before you go out to play with your friends.
Okay.
And you see him struggling, like he wants to make the argument. He wants to, like, but we got, and then he just kind of resigns himself, like, yeah, okay.
Like, seriously, we have this whole tower. Just move your shit here. It's fine.
Truthfully, I didn't think it was that messy.
I think like 2 minutes.
Famous
We'll
last
make Dad
words.
happy.
You sound like my daughter.
It is that messy.
Well, I didn't want to bring you to the house. Anyway.
As Kira and Malin then arrive to catch the tail end of this. Do you go back and clean your room?
Yeah, I'll port back, grab my shit, and port back.
Do you do the sulky teenager thing where you just gotta stop into your room, grab your shit, and stop out, then port away?
Pretty much.
Okay. As you stop back out, your father says, "Thank you."
Love you, Dad. And then,
Love you too. Oh.
And when Leoben gets back with all his stuff, Adira says, Bartholomew will take that for you. And I've decided that Bartholomew is the unseen servant that I would want to have attached to Rowan Thane Tower that goes around and does all that stuff. And
I imagine you
Yes.
probably have more than one. Do you just call them all Bartholomew?
yes.
Okay. So as
Because I can't tell the difference between an invisible thing and another invisible thing. I only know a Gregory from it being Gregory.
Right. And yeah,
That
so
makes
Leoben,
sense.
when you reappear, and Adira says this, the stuff in your arms kind of just lifts free.
oh,
Take it to Leoben's room, and part of the 6 months, I imagine, I procured rooms for.
Yes. There
Them all.
was, so as you were learning, originally this tower was designed to be actually a magic school. So there are dorms, but then there's also teachers' quarters, which are a little bit, which are individual as opposed to, and just for funsies, well, go ahead and imagine Harry Potter style like dormitories.
Read.
Nice.
And but there are also like teachers' quarters, and I imagine you've procured those for your companions, claiming the headmaster's quarters for yourself, of course.
Sure.
So, and Bartholomew kind of floats away.
Okay.
Thanks, Bart.
So I haven't found this Morgana character in all of my time here. That's exciting.
Would Tam know?
Let's find out. Oh, Tam.
You see a image as the minor image spell kind of appear in front of you, and you see a fairly androgynous looking humanoid form And I say androgynous, it is not only seems to be without gender, it also kind of seems to be without race. Like, it could be any number of races, or none of them. It stands shorter than... It's probably about 5 feet tall. They are about 5 feet tall. And it is just wearing what looks like very simple wizard robes. And it kind of they kind of glance at the group of you and, yes, hello.
Hi, Tam.
That worked. Good. I'm glad it did.
It's a pleasure to see you all again.
Same.
I see you have your arm restored.
I do. It's very exciting.
You summoned me for a purpose. What can I help you with?
Have you heard of Morgana? And Adira provides just 2 to 3 sentences of background of
context.
What. Yeah.
Yes, the Lady Morgana.
Supposedly, she died here.
She did. She died in defense of this tower. She is one of the reasons why it still stands.
Do you know where she is interned? Interned? Whatever.
Interred.
Interred. Interred. Without the N.
She's doing her internship down at Johnson & Johnson. No. I do not. The area that she was standing in was lost.
Say what now?
Yeah. Can you provide a little bit more definition to lost?
How does one lose an area?
The school itself is quite vast, and while Adira and I have managed to map a good section of it, the information of what used to be in places that I have in my fairly large memory is not complete. Damage and degradation over many, many eons of sitting in the dark.
So, you don't know where that actually happened in the tower?
No, I do not. I know that it happened in the tower, but that is the extent of what I know.
Do you know anything about this orb she had?
Yes, the Orbis Flamme.
Would that have been with her when she died?
I would think so. She didn't go anywhere without it.
Hence flame orb. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to scry upon it or scry upon her location? Is there any of her belongings still here?
Yes, she is directly related to the original headmaster of this place, so technically speaking, the entire headmaster's quarters would have at one point belonged to her.
Well, let's find a little bit of Morgana if we can. Shall we?
Subtitle of today's adventure is Finding Bits.
Finding bits of
Saul's
people.
Rest, finding bits.
Well, shall we to the headmaster's quarters?
Sure.
Might as well. Maybe the headmaster's records have additional information? Possibly? Does Tam have access to those?
I do not.
Okay. So that
However,
would be...
the headmistress, and they glance at Adira,
Yeah.
does.
Right.
Is there any reason why you do not have records to those?
It was kept compartmentalized for the privacy of the individuals in question who may or may not be cited there.
Is there another one of you that can access that sort of information in there? Or is it done manually?
Unfortunately, it will have to be done the old-fashioned way.
Ah.
Cool.
Well, who's here for... let's try that again. Who wants to have a book reading party? And Adir's eyes light up a little bit.
Oh my god. I'm
Katie's
going
eyes
to
gloss over a
die.
little bit.
Like, already Malon's eyes are starting to glaze.
Nope, just me?
Let's go do some research.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming it's in a language I can read.
So you use the little orbs to teleport between the rooms to get to the headmaster's office, headmistress's office, which is, of course, for your edification, Adira, it is attached to your, the office is attached to your quarters, so it's pretty easy setup.
Hey, we found Kira's original art.
We did find that previously. It was real gross.
Super growth.
We have disposed of it.
And you are in the office. Tam is waiting for you as you appear.
Tam, are you able to assist? Because I'm sure you can process information much faster than we can.
I am not allowed to read the headmistress's files.
What if the headmistress gives you permission?
It has never been done. So I don't know.
Now, the reason why I hesitate for a second is because, yes, it would be expedient. But if ever something were to happen to Tam, that information could be used in a way. There might be a security reason as to why Tam does not have access to that.
That's fair.
I also cannot physically turn pages.
Well, that is a big impediment as well.
Yes.
You see as Tam kind of, as a way of demonstration, kind of just walks literally through the desk and then walks back to their standing position. Old-fashioned way it is. So, tell me specifically, what are you looking for?
Stuff about Morgana's death and where it happened and how to get to the bits that were lost.
Well,
Also, anything about her orb.
Well, if Morgana was the mistress directly preceding me, is that correct? No. Okay.
No, she is related to the first headmaster of the school. Well, Tam will explain. She was related to the very first headmaster of the school, Headmaster Rowanthane himself. She attended school here, but she never settled super into the scholarly life. She much preferred adventuring. So she never, she could have. She was certainly powerful enough to achieve and maintain the headmaster's spot in the school, but she just never did.
So she wasn't an actual headmaster.
She was never a headmaster. She was a student here, but never a headmaster.
But if she died defending the tower, there would have to be some sort of record.
Not necessarily, because the tower fell during Godfall when she died.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Even if I got the headmaster thing, there probably aren't records of how, after she died. So I think probably finding schematics and information about, those lost bits of the tower is probably where we want to start.
Or would there be a headmaster's logbook as far as or journal as far as what had happened up until the point where they weren't recording anymore? Because maybe they record where that battle took place.
Could be.
You see, Tam kind of says, as I understand it, every headmaster and headmistress throughout the long history of the tower was almost expected to keep diligent journals.
Deer's eyes widen as she realizes that she's fucked this up already.
Okay, so whoever was the last headmaster.
Yeah, who was the last headmaster?
God, I had a name for him.
Would have been the dude that Mac just talked with.
Yes. Give me a second while I go back through my notes.
Argus.
Argus.
Argus. Well, let's find some of Argus's journals.
Yes?
Were Maven and Morgana related?
Yeah. This is now new information that Kira just put together.
Okay. Cool.
Also played by the same person.
Nice. Are they sisters? Are they...
Oh, no, they're distant relatives.
Okay.
Maven is a ancestor of Morgana.
Right. Cool.
Because at the time that Morgana lived,
Yeah.
Maven was
Yeah.
what's her face?
Lunatara.
Oh.
Kira knows
Did
all
Brian
sorts
just put
of
that
things.
together?
Kira knows all sorts of things. It's fine.
Uh,
That's what happens when I...
so
Sorry, Brian may have a little bit of out-of-game knowledge, considering he had, at some points had been part of the previous campaign that some of the characters are based on.
Yep. So, you guys do manage to find the shelf of journals, and when I say shelf, I actually mean like floor to ceiling 18 level shelf of journals.
Oh dear God.
Fortunately, you're looking for the journal of the last headmaster, so you just look at the end. And you see what appears to be like a 14-volume set of leather-bound journals. Very much, and these, when I say journals, these are very much the size of like these just massive tome-style journals.
14 volumes.
14 volumes.
Who's ready for a reading montage?
Let's go to the last one and work backwards. I would like to go to the last one and work backwards.
Sounds like a reasonable assumption.
Okay.
Katie just says, "Yeah, about that." Grabs Nasha and pops back out of the tower.
That's fair.
Give me just a moment. I'm gonna accept. Can I try to hope to port back to where Katie went?
You have no way of, because you can port into Rowanthane Tower and you can port to anywhere in Saul's Rest, so there's really no way to know.
I'll port back to Mom and Dad's place in the hopes that she went there.
Katie, where did you go?
That's a good question. Anyway, I'll give myself an even odd roll because I didn't really decide beforehand. Yeah, Katie totally went back to her house.
Okay, so you pop back in, and your dad is like about to greet you, and then Leoben appears.
And I go, if I have to clean my fucking room, then you have to help us fucking study. And I grab her by the collar, and I port back.
Come on, yours took like 2 minutes, and you had Bartholomew to do most of the work.
As you hear,
This is different.
you only took like 2 minutes is on Mom and Dad's in your house side, and then when you reappear in the tower, the rest of it comes through.
Many hands make light work.
Many hands make light work.
If I have to sit here and read this crap, then you have to sit here and read this crap.
Malin has spoken.
Don't make me hurt you.
And you know what? I'll grab like if I have a little bit of jerky left or whatever, I'll give it to her Fox and go, but you don't have to suffer. Yeah, you You're just brought into this. You didn't have the choice. It's okay. Here you go, sweetie.
Poor Nasha.
She gratefully takes the bacon. She's like, I can read.
Oh, right. Yeah, never mind. I mean...
But she
I'll
still takes
give
your fucking bacon.
I'll still give the treat, yeah. Sorry, I forget you talk. My apologies. It's been a weird 6 months.
She gives you a love bite. A love nip.
It's been a weird year, let's be real honest.
So, do you want to all roll your investigations separately? Do you wish to aid several individuals, remembering that aid and others do not stack? How do you want to do this?
Who has a good investigation?
I feel I have a pretty good investigation.
Mine's not great, so I would be happy to assist someone, because I would rather...
Mine's not great either, so I can assist as well. I'm thinking we should maybe take 2 or 3 people with good investigations and have 2 others aid,
Yeah.
and then have a double our chances.
Yeah.
Katie will aid.
So me and Leoben are rolling
Well,
investigations with advantage.
only two of us can aid.
Yasha will accept your aid, Katie.
Nasha
will accept your aid, Katie.
Okay.
All right.
It'll be
That's
funny if Nasha, god damn it, if Nasha rolls the best out of the group.
I will love that.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I
I
will
want
aid
this to
Leoben.
happen.
All right, so Leoben and Leoben and Adira, go ahead and roll your investigations with advantage. Katie, if you would roll Nasha's investigation with advantage.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Advantage is a good thing.
Advantages
It is. I rolled a 13 and 19 on the die, so
Nice.
I got a 30.
Nice.
Yes. That's delightful.
Leoben's gonna find it before me.
Yeah,
I
no
rolled
shit!
badly, but
Again, Leoben's horrible with people, but it comes to noticing details. He's surprisingly pretty good at
He's
things.
very perceptive.
Adira got a 25.
Okay, and Nasha?
Nasha got a 13.
All right, so Nasha finds some... Nasha rapidly grows bored of trying to pore over these books with these 2 smelly Azamar tiefling and half-elves directly over her. So she eventually goes over, grabs one of the previous journals and starts going through that. And she manages to find some interesting anecdotes with regard to Lady Morgana's behaviors during her time at Rowan Thane Academy for the Wizarding Arts.
Oh.
Apparently she had the tendency to light shit on fire.
Ooh.
And
This is the kind of shit I'm here for.
Right?
I'm reading all about this.
And at first, the headmaster, and bearing in mind, this is the same headmaster, just much younger. At first, he just thought it was she has a proclivity for fire magic. She's very good with fire magic, and at first, he's very much like she's not doing this on purpose. She just hasn't figured out how to control her power. But eventually, is like, do you know what she lit on fire now? And it becomes pretty clear that her temper and her skill level are matched pretty evenly with and seem to fit very well within the general chaos that fire tends to represent.
Oh yeah, Katie is in-depth reading all about that, like, yes, girl, light it on fire.
So she's Seamus from Harry Potter.
She is Seamus from Harry Potter with a slightly stronger malicious streak.
I dig it.
She was not one of the good aligned ones. She was not one of the evil aligned ones, but she was not one of the good aligned ones.
Chaotic neutral?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is what Nasha and Katie managed to find.
All right.
brain just stopped working. Sorry. It's been a long week. Adira, thank you. Adira, you do not manage to find where or any location or anything like that having to do with where she would have made her final stand, but you do manage to find a conversation that was recorded by the headmaster, and actually you're realizing that the conversation was not actually recorded by the headmaster. It appears to have been dictated to some variant of the unseen servant, because you're fairly certain the conversation would not have been something the headmaster would have willingly recounted word for word. Apparently, when she came to come defend the tower and everybody inside of it, they came to almost like having a wizard's duel against each other, because she wanted to evacuate the tower, and he insisted that the students were safe here. And there was a very acerbic conversation, back and forth, and there was some language used, mostly on her part. He didn't resort to language, but he did resort to very, very highbrow racial slurs. As she was an elf.
Wow, he was racial slurs?
Yep.
Damn.
She was an elf. He was not. Now, bearing in mind, this was long before the kind of, systemic racism that exists in Solanel. But he was human and she was elf, and he was a dick. And if you remember Argus from before, when there was I don't remember if there was an interaction with him or not, but he was kind of an ass.
Didn't we kill him?
I think his
Killed, undead him?
Yeah, undead him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you destroyed his undead revenant.
Well, one would hope he'd be happy about that in life, because I don't think anybody, unless you're evil, gets behind undead revenants.
No, not so much. Sorry. I have to readjust my pant line. It's digging right into one of my scars.
Ooh.
And so there's that back and forth between the two of them that gets recorded, likely by this unseen servant, you suspect. And you get the impression that during kind of the course through the context of this, and a little bit of the context that you're able to glean before and after, that she had been the group of 7 had been traveling together, but got to a certain point, and she was no longer allowed to continue forward at the cost of her life. And so, knowing that, she had opted not to sacrifice herself, but to come back and defend the one place that she had some fond memories from the impending destruction that she thought was inevitable to happen. And given the kind of way she's phrasing it and the way she's talking about it, she thought this devastation was going to be near total. Not just, bits and pieces of like Rowanthane Tower and a few other, large sites here and there. She thought that the fall of the gods was going to mean all the gods were going to fall, and eventually that would be the destruction of the living races of the world of Gravendale. She does make mention of Mordecai being a psychopath, and at one point she does make it fairly exasperated. She's like, when Wolf is the fucking voice of reason, there's a problem!
And you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
So that is that kind of conversation. It doesn't really help you figure out where she was at the time of her death, but it does give you a little bit more context as to the circumstances surrounding the events of her death. Leoben, because you rolled a 30, and a 30 in 5e is a impossible task. You kind of read to the end, and the information, the specific information you're looking for, is not in the journal.
Sure.
Just plain not there. However, the way, like, as you're kind of going through this journal and reading through the bits and pieces of information that are listed here, you, the way the journal ends, it doesn't feel like the guy would fucking end it there.
Sure.
And you do remember that when you came here originally and were clearing out the tower and fought the Revenant Shade of the last headmaster of Rowanthane Tower, there had been a journal on the desk.
Right.
And so you ask Adira real quick, where did you put that? And Adira will tell you. And so you go looking for it, and you kind of page through it. And this is... The journals here are much more of like they're an attempt at a kind of a living history of the tower.
Sure.
So they tend to be a little bit more like factual in their thing. They try to keep their editorializing to a minimum. This appears to be his personal journal.
Okay.
And as you're kind of reading through it and skimming through it, you do eventually find that, one, he was a fucking piece of work, above and beyond what you already knew.
Are there lots of racial slurs?
There's lots of racial slurs. He views his students as a means to an end, rather than molding the minds of young wizards, and was trying to basically utilize his students to kind of further his own research.
Sure.
Which was pretty deep necromancy. Which is also a thing that, like, having read through, like, having been in and around the tower and speaking to Tam and all that stuff, you know that necromancy was a forbidden school in the tower? At least it was.
So he was experimenting on his students. What an ass!
Yep. And so there's pretty detailed outline of what he does, and it's, without going into detail, it's pretty horrible. It's reprehensible, because he's doing this to, he's doing this in, a lot of the students here are older, like they're late teens, early 20s, but there's also like younger students here. Like, you can come study here as young as, we'll go with the Harry Potter model, 11 years old. And so he's experimenting on kids as young as 11.
I'm glad we killed him.
I wish we could kill him again.
Thank you. Yes, we needed that in this particular episode. So eventually you find the selection that kind of details Morgana's arrival, and he, of course, is pretty derogatory towards her, and again, tons of highbrow racial slurs. Just big words for terrible things.
How is a racial slur eyebrow? I need to know.
Noble savage.
Oh, ew, ew, ew.
If your skin did not crawl when I said that, you might be racist.
Oh, I hate that. Yuck.
So, when I say highbrow racial slurs, I mean shit like that. Like,
Ugh.
trying to dress it up as not racism, but it's still fucking racism.
Yeah.
Like the U.S. government always does. Anyway, no, we're not left-leaning on the show at all. You find the section, and of course it's kind of littered with these highbrow racial slurs. And he basically says at the end, that Morgana had gone to the place that she loved best when she was here, when she attended school here, to take her final stand there.
Okay.
And then it kind of goes on to the entry that I believe you guys had read in the last game, which I don't remember exact contents of, but it had to do with the fact that he had basically experimented on himself and made himself immortal.
I'm going to run back and show everybody the area and say, so she was making a stand somewhere in this place that she loves. So now we just need to find what she loves.
Yeah, what place did she love best?
And we go back to Katie and Nasha.
Well,
Where did she set fires the most?
that's What place was the most flammable?
What place was the most flammable?
I mean,
The library.
No. There was, it's as because you said, Katie, that you're into this shit. You're into the day-to-day shenanigans of this person. Over and over and over again, it's not where she set fire to things, it's where she was always caught after setting fire to things. Because she always seemed to go there. There was, and at this point it is heretofore undiscovered, a courtyard, apparently.
Oh.
And Adira, this is fucking courtyard? It's underground. Where is there going to be a fucking courtyard?
Bartholomew, where's the courtyard? I need it for reasons.
For reasons.
Don't you mean Tam?
Sorry, Tam.
I'm like,
Where's the
Bartholomew can't answer you.
Nope.
Bartholomew's
Bartholomew
like, what?
shrugs, but we can't tell because he's fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah, where's the courtyard, Tam?
Tam appears in their, kind of androgynous form, and yes, what can I help you with?
The courtyard.
What courtyard?
Oh, right. There's parts of his memory that are blocked.
Unfortunately, unless Adira and I had the opportunity to map it, I do not have any memory of it.
All right, let's go look for a courtyard.
Do you at least have an idea of how many areas are no longer recognized that may have been lost to your memory? As far as a number? I realize that's a loaded
how
question.
much of the towers?
You see, sorry, I'm really enjoying Zoom right now. So you see Tam kind of frizzes out, and is replaced with basically a three-dimensional schematic of all the mapped areas.
Okay.
And he says,
They.
They say, thank you. They say, you hear their voice. This is what Adira and I have managed to map thus far. And then you see some darker areas kind of appear in conjunction. This was the original schematic of the school. What is there now, and how to get there, I am uncertain.
Well, when they describe the courtyard in the journals, like where she's always found, is there any context clues? Like, we came from the library and found it here, or we turned the corner from the kitchen and found her in the courtyard.
Yes.
Or for that matter, even in the schematic, is there any rooms that are close to it?
So go ahead, and I'll have, because Melanie, it was your idea, I'm going to have you go ahead and roll and investigate. Okay. You can roll with advantage because you're all having this discussion.
17.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah, kind of.
Thank you, advantage.
Yeah, no shit. Between the context clues, because I'm guessing that Katie, once they kind of found the various passages, they read them aloud. You are able to kind of figure out, based on the context clues and kind of just the architecture of the tower, which at this point looks much more like a series of buildings once the kind of dark portions are there. You are able to vaguely extrapolate that, yeah, there is kind of a central-ish area that doesn't seem to have any real features mentioned, but based on the context clues, this would be the courtyard.
Well, let's head there.
It is kind of in the middle. It is kind of surrounded by a series of these dark sections, though.
Hey, Tam, can I ask a question?
You may ask anything you wish.
Are all of these... So we know the school is a extra-dimensional space, but are all the rooms considered the same extra-dimensional space, or are they all separate ones?
They are a series of demiplanes.
So they're not.
So they are considered separate, like each room is sort of considered a separate demiplane?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
pieced together over many thousands of years.
Okay. So if we know that after setting a fire, she was caught in the courtyard, is there a place that she set fire to that we know of that maybe we can try to use the stones to hop to places we haven't been yet
Yeah,
and potentially try to retrace her steps?
that's a good question.
Good strategy.
Thank you.
Yes. You do find one of the rooms that was mapped is mentioned in the, and we'll say it's like the dining hall, is mentioned in the book that Katie was reading. Katie and Nasha were reading. Specifically, a place where she set a particularly large fire.
Okay. Maybe we start there and see if we can't map our way to the courtyard.
Okay.
I kind of love that she set this guy's place on fire because he was an asshole, and I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
The more you've kind of read about her and some of the context and everything that you're getting from it, you're getting the impression that she, like at first she wasn't necessarily meaning to, but eventually the more she kind of realized what he was doing, and maybe not necessarily in specific terms, but like think about it from this point of view. It's Hogwarts if Voldemort were Dumbledore.
Yeah.
She's Dumbledore's army.
She's Dumbledore's army.
She's Dumbledore's army.
Okay.
So you're getting the impression that this is her not so passive resistance.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the fuck out of that.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
And I think Brian can concur with me that the player of this particular character would approve this message.
Yeah.
So, you guys head to the dining hall. And yeah, sure enough, on each of the rooms that you guys hadn't originally gone through, there is another pedestal with those crystals on it. One of them, as you kind of head to this one, that pedestal's kind of on the far side of the room. One of the two crystals that are on this thing is bright and glowing as a normal, kind of healthy crystal would be. The other one appears to be dark.
That's the busted one, as I recall, from when we explored last time.
I'm gonna guess that's it.
This is a busted one. It's not necessarily the same one.
Is there a way to fix it?
Who are you asking?
Yes.
I will say that Dira has not had real specific time. Like, Adira has explored what has been
How did we fix the other ones?
working. You fixed the other ones by fixing Tam.
Tam, how do we fix this?
I am not certain.
I will take Odd out. Well, I mean, and I imagine I've been showing Odd the place anyway. And be
Sure.
like, hey, Odd, question for you.
Yeah, this place is awesome.
Right? We're trying to get to a place, but unfortunately some of the areas have been damaged. But I'm thinking maybe with your crafting and knowledge and artifice expertise, maybe maybe you can give us some insight. So you've seen how we've kind of teleported through with the using the stones, right?
There's a nat 20. Well, you're not teleporting.
Yes.
Well, but you know what? I'm sorry. Okay, we're not teleporting, but we're using the stones to go from room to room.
No, no,
right?
no. That's my point. You're not teleporting from room to room. You're plane shifting from room to room.
Oh.
Right.
Because each of these is a consent is a different demi-plane. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Okay.
So
wait,
well-
we can't hear on. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Leoben has
Right, so
previously
we're
said that
plane
he usually
shifting.
repeats it when she's talking.
No, that's a great point. Odd. God, you're the best.
I know.
By the way, we can discuss. One of the things I forgot about would be trying to get Odd completed in whatever form that is.
We'll say that in that 6 months you had time to get her completed. Also, because you were also learning a language, you might have taught her Common.
Sure.
So we can say that she learned Common in that time.
Sounds like a plan. So Odd had mentioned, using the stones is like using something called a plane shift. Does that sound familiar to you more magic-y types?
Oh yes, of course.
So that means potentially that the courtyard, well, it doesn't even mean potentially, it means that the courtyard's just another plane, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to
Okay.
know what particular plane it was, though, in order to go there.
Don't you need something from the plane to go to the thing?
David doesn't know, but Adira would.
Give me a second. I have to
And
verify
actually-
what I think I know.
Actually, we may be able to find something if we check maybe like Morgana's room or quarters, if
Well,
we
she
can find
wasn't-
it. Maybe she has something there.
She wasn't quartered here anymore. She had left and then came back to defend the
Oh.
tower. But
So
Well, but if she like locked off her, if she was powerful enough, maybe she like locked off her. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, she probably just took all her stuff with her, but
I will point out that you did find the dormitories. And based on the information that you already have, you do know which dormitory she stayed in.
Let's give it a shot.
yeah, let's go
yeah,
over
let's
there.
give it a shot. You never know. Or quite frankly, if she was recruiting other people to go up against him, maybe they have keys to get there too.
Potentially,
Also, Adam, I'm reading the plane shift spell, and it says I can specify a target destination in general terms, and I'm not sure how that would work with a demi-plane. Like, could I just say I want to go to the courtyard of Rowan Thane Tower?
So for the purposes of this, you are for the demiplanes in particular, you're going to need a specific item.
Okay, cool.
yeah, let's go look in the dormitories.
Because planes of existence are kind of, it's like, think of it this way. It's like public buildings versus private buildings. A demiplane is created by a specific wizard to be a place for him and him alone to have access to, or anybody that he wishes to have access to. Whereas the other planes of existence are much more, if you have the power to get there, you can effing get there.
Right.
Heard. And sorry for my camera off. I realized I hadn't done my calisthenics today, so I'm doing that while gaming.
You're so healthy.
So,
I will be done shortly.
no worries. So you guys head to the dormitories.
Yes.
I love that this has totally become like a mystery in the library kind of game.
Heck yeah.
I'm here for it. It's been a while since I've done one of these, so I'm having fun. Because again, I'm doing most of this off the cuff because I didn't have any idea what was going to happen. So,
The joys of game master.
I know this is why I love doing this, though.
See, I feel that I should apologize.
I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Anyway, no, you guys are doing great. I'm loving this. This is fantastic. So you go to the dormitories. You go to her specific dormitory. The dormitories were pretty badly destroyed, ransacked, and the like. Not ransacked, but just everything was kind of knocked over. Shit was kind of all over the place. The belongings of the last batch of students here were kind of flung all over the place. In the interim, once Adira and Tam discovered it, Bartholomew 2, Bartholomew 3, Bartholomew 4 have spent their time cleaning up the place. So it's kind of back to what it had been. And so popping into this place, it feels like you're popping into almost like a museum exhibit.
Sure.
From a long ago time. Because all of the belongings that belonged to the last batch of students 10,000 odd years ago are here. And they're where they ought to be. Their clothes are still hanging in their closets. Their books are still sitting on their desks.
That's so weird.
It's very creepy.
Ew, so now we have to go rifling through other people's stuff. They're...
If you had something that would essentially let you skip directly to a place in here, where would you hide it?
Something that I didn't want other people to find? I had siblings. Where would I hide my stuff?
Well, let's make this slightly easier. Bartholomew's, could you bring everything, every item of every former individual, and put them into piles in the middle column, the middle aisle here, one pile per child or student?
The following montage takes about an hour and a half. But after an hour and a half, it is done. Some piles are larger than others, some piles are smaller than others.
Does Tam recognize anything as being from the... They're not going to know.
Nope.
Does anything look particularly courtyardy?
Well, now that they're all in piles, you can go ahead and make investigation checks.
I will assist Leomin.
Somebody assist Adira.
I'll assist ya.
Thank
Do
you.
it.
Katie assists Nasha, because why not?
Yeah.
I rolled much lower on the dice, but being that we have advantage, my total would be a 20.
Adira got a 27.
Nice.
Asha got a 19.
Nice.
Yeah, overall, you guys roll very, very well. We keep dropping frames. Anyway, you guys find a lot of things that children between the ages of 11 and, 20, people between the ages of 11 and 20 would find valuable. So,
Porn.
Probably some porn from the older ones. But, the younger ones less so. But, Jack's, toys, that sort of thing for the younger ones. But using, because using some deductive reasoning, Adira, you do not find anything that you think would qualify.
So it's not in these piles, which means it's hidden away from even the Tams.
The Bartholomew's.
The Bartholomew's.
Bartholomew's. But the advantage is that we have now removed all extraneous items from our search of other things, which should hypothetically make this easier. Let's start ransacking bedspreads.
What would be...
I got a hunch.
You've got a hunch.
I got a hunch. I'm gonna start checking the for the fireplaces, checking the mantles and as far as on the insides of the fireplace, because
Okay.
if she likes to burn things, then she probably has a way to not burn things.
We'll start
What is
looking
the
under
equivalent?
mattresses.
What is the equivalent of an air vent for medieval times?
Uh,
Because
and-
air vents are where you hide things.
A window.
Anybody who is now searching, not through the piles, but through other stuff, can make an investigation roll.
That's a natural one.
17!
Woo! Whoa.
Told you I had siblings. I know where to hide stuff.
27.
For a total of 2.
25.
7.
7.
Katie never hid things.
Nope.
I find the porn under the mattresses.
Yeah, I would
That's
say.
what I find.
Kira finds the porn.
Oh, this one's sticky.
How is it sticky after 10,000 years?
Don't ask.
So it's a thing. 10,000
Adira
years
prestidigitate.
later, this.
What's worse is it's like kids' drawings of some of it, so it's like, what's a dick holder? Like, what's a...
It's so bad.
Ugh.
That's gross.
Anyway,
Why is it sticky 10,000 years later?
Because I rolled a natural 1.
I feel like that needs to go on one t-shirt that should only be worn once.
yikes.
Leoben, as you are searching, and you guys, I mean, the rest of you are finding things that the Bartholomew's missed, because as good an idea as that was, they're just going to grab the obvious things. They're not going to go inside of mattresses. They're not necessarily going to go under mattresses, that sort of thing.
Right. And actually, truth be told, Adira's plan was to get all that mundane shit out of the way in order to search all that stuff easier.
Fair enough.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So, hang on, Leoben, we'll get back to you. So, Kira, you find that. Katie, you and Nasha find, apparently one of the children had a stash of well, it might have been toffee, but now it's definitely hard candy.
Huh.
Tucked away kind of in a broken floorboard near the foot of their bed. Malin, you kind of are slipping your hand, like you find the seam and kind of rip open one of the several of the mattresses and kind of reach in and fish around. You do about 2 or 3 of these before you kind of find something and pull it out, and you find what appears to be a golden medallion or necklace. That as you kind of pull it out, like the chain itself has kind of decayed. It didn't even look like it was on a chain. It looked like it was maybe on a leather thong, which is kind of rotted and fallen away. But as you pull it out, you hold it in your hand, and it appears to be some kind of locket. That's the word I'm looking for. It appears to be a locket.
You're gonna make me cry, aren't you?
You have a locket. What do you do with it?
I'm gonna open it.
Okay. On the right, there is a very beautifully rendered image of a child, probably about 12 years old at the time of the painting. And on the other side, there's a picture of a woman that appears very similar to the child, probably their mother. That's it.
Is there any writing or anything?
Nope.
Oh, this is so sad. I'm gonna getting misty in here, damn it.
Malin deals with her more difficult feelings by smashing things.
True.
Damn it. Killed the poor kid, didn't evacuate the kid. Probably experimented on this poor kid. Ugh, I'm glad we killed that guy.
Can we bring him back just to kill him again?
Yes.
Yes, let's do. I think that sounds fun.
And Leoben, you started kind of with the fireplace. You check kind of the underside of the mantle and everything like that. You eventually do kind of move up to the stack. And you notice there's a loose brick. And you kind of play with it a little bit. And then real quick check it for traps. It is, and you do find it is trapped with some kind of magical spell that but you are a rogue, so you are capable of disarming it. And you rolled reasonably... No, you rolled a 27 on this one, didn't you?
For the investigate, yeah.
Yeah.
I can roll a thieves' tools check. If
No,
you
no,
want.
it's not. It's not. It's fine.
All right.
It appears to be an alarm spell. Which at this point would be kind of moot, because who the fuck is it going to go to?
Right.
Morgana's ghost appears and murders all of us.
Yes, fireball, everybody's dead.
We find her body, and like when we find it, we hear. "Ree, ree, ree."
Do you bother disarming it, or do you just pull it out and not worry about it?
I'm chaotic. I'll just pull it out.
Okay. You don't hear anything. There's a small abscess behind this thing, and in that abscess, you see a small wrapped. It seems to be wrapped in some kind of cloth parcel. It's maybe 3 inches long by about half an inch wide.
Okay. I'll.
Okay, you pull it out. Do you unwrap it?
Yeah.
Okay. So like a soft animal skin, you kind of unwrap it a little bit, and you pull it out, and you're holding a tuning fork.
Hey.
Hey guys.
Delightful.
And I'll hand it to Adira.
Yeah, I think Adira is the one that has plane shift.
Yep.
Should we take something with us to get back here, or are we gonna hope that the orbs in there are working?
We should totally take something back with us, because I do not trust it.
Technically speaking, the stones that you have, the keystones, those would be attuned to the foyer of the tower.
So we can get back to the...
Right.
Okay. I won't worry about it.
Basically, each of those little stones is a tiny little plane shift spell.
Aw. Okay. Let's do it.
All right. Here goes nothing.
Do you have plane shift?
Sure do.
Damn.
Because Adira's a badass.
Okay. So the neatly ransacked barracks or dormitory disappears around you, and you reappear. And those of you without dark vision, it is pitch dark. Those of you with dark vision,
Always with the dark.
those of you with dark vision, you are standing in a ravaged courtyard. There are... you're standing kind of near to this contraption, which you recognize as kind of, based on the pieces scattered about, as a sundial. That has been kind of wrecked. There are several, on the walls kind of surrounding, there are several little balconies that are only go up about 3 or 4 feet, on which, that are kind of separated by these planters, but in these planters, these kind of dead weeds kind of curled up like withered hands are growing in each of these. There's one very large tree at the center of this, which is also appears to be very, very dead. However, growing out of this tree, there appears to be these little tumors or fruit, but they don't look normal. You are currently standing about 15 odd feet away from that tree. There are what looks like there had been some like furniture set out, but all of it has been smashed. And then kind of closer to one wall, there appears to be another tree, this one a bit smaller, but same kind of like gnarled, grotesque, dead tree with those weird tumorous fruit things hanging off of it.
I light a torch.
And now you see everything I've just described.
I'm no druid, but that doesn't look right.
Adira transports herself back to 3.5 edition and rolls horticulture skill, because apparently they had skills for everything back then.
They sure did.
Pretty much. Just kidding, she doesn't do that.
Are there...
This is my 9th level change edition spell.
Is there anything around here? Like, are there lights? Are there...
No, there's no lights.
Okay.
You get the impression that before Godfall, there were elements of the tower that did exist on the prime material plane. And something, either that somebody in God, something with the effects of Godfall, or maybe something that Morgana did, shifted it so that it wasn't.
In an attempt to save it.
Very probably.
Okay. So this was probably on the prime material plane.
Very likely this was likely on the prime material plane and open to the sky.
Okay. What's up with those trees?
I don't know.
I don't
Nature-y
know.
people. Find out. She looks at Katie.
Kira also looks at Katie.
You can make a...
Go look at the trees.
Say that again?
Alright, I'll go check it out. Would that be just a nature roll?
Yeah, you could make a nature roll.
9.
9.
9.
Yeah, these trees appear to have some kind of disgusting blight. Honestly, you'd have to, like... I mean, are you going close enough to actually, like, study the tree more, like, in more detail, or are you kind of staying with the group?
No, I'll go up to him and investigate him closer.
Okay, so you walk up. Do you go to the big one or the little one?
Let's start with the little one.
So you head over to the little one, and you're kind of squinting at it. Like, the closer you get to it, the more disturbing and disgusting it kind of turns your stomach. This is very unnatural, to a point where you kind of pause a little bit as you're getting close enough to it, and it's maybe a trick of the light, maybe it's just the leaping shadows created by the torch, but you swear to God, kind of at the top of the trunk where the branches start to split off, you see a face as the tree swivels its bough and attempts to attack you.
Oh no!
Owie.
Doop-a-doop-a-doo, branch.
Well, thing.
You went to the smaller tree, Katie?
Yes.
That there's a nat 20.
Oh,
no! So you will take 32 points of
Holy shit.
bludgeoning damage.
Jesus.
That is a crit.
Eek.
And roll an ish.
Turn into a beaver and eat it.
That beaver is going to have the worst diarrhea.
No.
Ugh.
Laura, would you mind keeping track?
Yeah. Okay. Kira got an 18.
Yeah, if you picture a xenomorph mixed with a whomping willow, it's pretty close.
Ew.
Adira.
Adira got an 18, but Kira's going to go first because I'm sure she has a modifier to her initiative.
Yeah, you have a 0?
Yeah.
Okay. Malin.
I'm an 8.
Katie.
16.
Leoben.
Leoben got a 17.
The tree.
17 with a +1. Leoben would go first.
Yeah.
And then add DTL.
At.
Which will go to 19 with a -1.
Hit nat 20 on its finish.
Dead.
Jesus.
Hey, let him eat it up on the initiative so he's not hitting us with it later, hopefully.
Right. Okay.
That's what I say.
Okay. So DTL will be up first.
Okay. So Katie, you see several of these tumorous-looking fruit things drop out of the tree.
Oh God.
And as they do, they kind of uncurl like a millipede or a centipede and scramble towards you and start to climb you.
Oh no! What?
I need an athletics check from you.
Oh,
I don't like that.
hard pass.
Actually, I will need 3 athletics checks from you.
Ah, okay. Well, 15, 19, 23.
Good.
Okay. So these things crawling up you and like it's not the kind of gentle, like you don't necessarily feel a bug crawling up your leg through your clothes. But these almost kind of spike into your leg with these pointy little feet. You manage to reach for one of them as it climbs up towards your face and kind of rip it off of you. But the other two, as you do that, literally at the same time, worm their way into your mouth.
Okay.
I need you to make just one. You can just make one dexterity saving throw.
Oh, fuck. 5.
Okay. You are unfortunately not, because this completely blindsides you. As they force their way in your mouth, you are not able to get a breath.
Great.
So you are suffocating. You now have a number of rounds equal to your Constitution modifier before you fall unconscious.
Wait, a number of rounds equal to my Constitution modifier?
Correct.
My Constitution modifier is +0.
So you have 1 round.
Okay.
Okay.
The large tree behind the rest of you, several more drop off. Each of you are going to get 1. So I need athletics checks from each one of you.
What the fuck, dude?
Each one of who? Because there's 4 of us remaining.
Everybody but Katie, basically.
Okay.
Say Leoben.
I suppose several includes 4. Sorry, I keep thinking several is just 3.
Leoben got an 18.
Athletics, you said?
Yes. Kira?
23.
Okay. Adira?
Kira got a 16. Which for her isn't bad, considering she has a negative on it.
And Malin.
27.
Okay. So, yeah, 4 of these things drop onto the ground and again kind of uncurl and like little demonic centipedes crawl up you. Kira, what did you roll?
23.
Okay. I'm sorry. Tell me what you guys rolled. Leoben, what did you roll?
18.
Adira, I know you failed. Kira succeeded. Malin succeeded. Okay. So yeah, basically, everybody but Adira kind of manages to grab hold of the creature and yank it off before it kind of forces its way into your mouth. Adira, you are not so lucky. I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
That's when I got a 21.
Okay. So you managed to kind of, like, because you saw what happened to Katie, went, oh, fuck, and you managed to, just as it crawled its way into your throat.
Oh, God. I'm not okay with this.
You are able to hold your breath for a number of minutes equal to your Constitution modifier.
Nice. We'll be fine. It's all good.
What's your con mod?
1, but that's 10 rounds of combat.
That is
so
10 rounds of combat. That will end DTL's turn.
Okay, that's horrifying.
Brian has encountered these before.
Okay, that brings it to Kira's turn. Can I see...
Don't remember it. Maybe it was so horrible that it burnt out the memory from my
I would
brain.
block this out.
Do you remember what happened to Gullik in the last game?
Oh, hell. Yeah.
Anyway, Kira. So you managed to grab it and kind of throw it to the ground. Like, it's really just instinct. It's still alive and squirming, and it like, when it lands, it kind of skitters. I
smash it with my hammer.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Fuck this thing.
Roll the hit.
Well, the ones that have crawled into Katie and Adira's mouths, are they completely inside?
Yeah, they have.
There's not any.
There's nothing hanging out of the mouth.
How the fuck do you get it back out?
And you go diving in for it? Force her mouth open like a dog and...
I am assuming I have never seen this kind of thing before.
I mean, you can make a Arcana check to know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, that's a natural one.
Yeah, you've never seen anything like this before.
So yeah. Okay. I smashed the one that tried to choke me with my hammer.
Okay.
That is a 26 to hit.
You hit and then some.
Is it considered a fiend or undead?
It is considered a fiend.
Oh. Oh, it's a fiend! That means I do more damage. Okay. That's really good. Also, if you are within 10 feet of me, you have +3 on your saves. BT dubs. Because I just remembered that.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Plus, I get an automatic 8 smite. Because I'm awesome. Plus 8, 29 points of damage.
Okay. It splatters.
Good.
Think of the most disgusting bug that you've ever smashed. Mm-hmm. It's about like that.
Okay.
It's very juicy.
I have 2 attacks per action.
Mm-hmm. The other 4 of you are still kind of clustered together, so like Malins that had been thrown to the ground and Leobins that had been thrown to the ground would also kind of be within attack range. Okay. I will try to smash Leobins.
Okay,
roll the hit.
That's another 26.
Okay, it dies. I don't think you can do... It has 9 hit points.
Okay, yeah, no. Base minimum damage would still kill it.
Yeah.
And that's without my radiant shit.
So yeah, you smash, and just...
Okay.
Leobin, you get covered in guts and goo.
I'm not sorry. I don't think this works. Nope. Okay. That's my full round action. What is this? That's not gonna do a thing. Sorry. That's yeah, Kira will just shout, they're fiends, in the hopes that maybe that'll help somebody with something, and that will be Kira's turn.
Yeah, honestly, we'll say, because I guess the way you would kind of tell is when you hit it and it radiant damage kind of burned it off. So yeah, you briefly get covered with goo, but then the radiant damage kind of consumes it. After Kira?
After Kira is Adira.
Same lot. So Adira wants to know what this thing is, so we got a 27 in her Arcana.
You remember reading a very obscure text about the flora in hell. And there are these creatures called devil trees.
Oh.
And the way they propagate their species is by growing devil tree larvae. The larva drops off of the tree, inserts itself into the throat of a living creature, and then starts structurally turning them into another devil tree.
Oh, good. Do I know anything about damage resistances or anything like that?
The larvae themselves are pretty actually fragile. They're not hard to hit. They're not super resilient. I mean, they're more resilient than your run-of-the-mill commoner, but to you guys, they're not super resilient. The trees themselves are much hardier, and they do pack a punch. However, in terms of actual resistance, they don't really have any. They do not like fire.
Oh, good. So Adira takes a 5-foot step away from everyone else and becomes living fire. The thing that's inside of her throat is going to burn up by the time that it would actually become a problem for her.
How does one become living fire, David?
Investiture of flame.
Okay, so anything in contact with you takes damage?
Yep. Anything within 5 feet of me.
Okay.
Which is why I stepped away. So,
Nice.
and that includes things that are in my square / yes.
Inside you. So go ahead and roll damage for this round.
Yes. Well, 10. So it.
Okay,
if it
so
has
yeah.
9 hit points, it incinerates.
You feel it just dissolve into ash in your throat.
And then Adira looks at her flaming bracers and like, okay, and then starts blasting the big tree behind her.
Okay.
That's so gross.
Getting... Oh god, how's this? 35, 34, and 29.
To hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hit. Jesus.
She's basically become a sniper with her Eldritch Blast.
That's
so
amazing.
I move these things. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna attach Repelling Blast to these things and try to move them if I can, or uproot them just to piss them off.
Okay.
So that is a total of 34 damage to 1.
Okay, it is still very much up.
And then Adira moves as far away from them as she can. Because that seems like smart. Nice.
Okay. And how far does each blast move it?
Technically 10 feet until it hits a wall, and then it takes movement damage.
Okay. You move it back. Is it each blast, or is it just...
Each blast, each hit.
So yeah, you move the bigger tree 30 feet back, and it does... it ends at the wall.
Okay, cool. That will conclude Adira's turn, as she is now the light source in the room.
Nice.
I'm here for it. After Adira is Katie.
All right. Well, Katie is also going to cast Investiture of Flame,
It seems like a good plan.
right? So all of the little bug things that are within 5 feet of her will take 6 fire damage.
Okay, they are still up.
And then for her bonus action, she's going to shift into an air elemental.
Return of the fire tornado.
Yeah,
I'm here
try
for
staying in the throat of a fire or an air elemental.
Try staying in the throat of a fire tornado!
You think you're trapped inside me? Yes, you are!
Well played.
Yeah, of the of the people that these things could get trapped inside, it made the wrong choice.
It really did.
Does that... you were no longer suffocating.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's just going to be Katie's turn.
Okay, after Katie.
After Katie is Leoben.
So Leoben, noticing that fire is messing these things up and sees that his sister and one of his childhood friends is literally burning them to shreds, he's just going to pop 2 daggers from his bracer and chuck them at the two bugs that are near us that are still technically alive, in hopes that he can kill them. I'm guessing a 24 will hit.
Yes.
Does a 13 hit?
No.
All right. So for the one that did hit, that's 5 more damage.
Okay. Which one was this? The one that Katie hit, or the one that's by Katie, or the one that Adira attacked?
So I think there were 2 left that are wounded because Katie had partially burned them.
Ah, gotcha. You were aiming for the larva.
But yeah, sorry, the larva. Yeah.
Okay.
My apologies. I should have. Yeah.
No, that's all good. So there had been 1 on the ground in front of her, and then 2 are still kind of inside of her form.
Right, but I can't do anything about that. But
So you got the one on the ground in front of her. Okay, you pin it to the ground.
Okay, but I think there were 2 on the ground because Kira had killed 1 in front of her and 1 in front of me.
There would have been 1 in front of
Yeah, and then there's 1 closer to your group that would have been on the ground in front of
Malin.
Malin.
One in front of Malin.
Yeah.
And then, oh no, because Adira had 1 inner. Never mind. Okay. So yeah, I will do that, and then I'm gonna spend a key point to dodge.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna step slightly away from other people, although I think still be close, at least as far as the 2 people that are on fire. Just so I don't get burned by them, if that's a thing. And then, I don't know, I just kind of form up back to back with Kira and Malin.
Fair enough. After Leoben.
the tree.
All right, so the one closest to Katie is going to take its full attack action. And so I assume a 25 hits?
It does, but I do have a quick question on my AC in wild shape form.
Yes.
With the armor that kind of shifts to keep the 8, does it give me the full 2 from the armor and an additional +2 from it being magic?
Yes.
Okay. So my AC in whatever form is going to be +4.
Correct.
Awesome. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that was his gift.
Beautiful.
So that one's going to hit. The second one was a 13. I'm guessing that's 9 or 17.
That will not hit with my cool new armor.
All right. So go ahead. It leans forward and it kind of opens. Remember how you saw a face? It kind of almost splits open like evil grandmother Willow from Pocahontas, and tries and chomps into your windy side for 19 points of magical piercing damage.
Okay.
Roll damage for your investiture flame.
Yes. Do. 7 fire.
All right. And as it kind of pulls back, it tries to swing at you with its branch as well, and it whomping willow style, and you kind of float to one side, and it leaves an impact on the ground. As it pulls back from its mouth, you see the teeth, the jagged wooden teeth, are smoldering. And then the one that Adira had attacked moves back up the 30 feet and is going to aim an attack at... Because she'd stepped aside, although she's wielding fire. It's going directly for Adira. Because it does not like fire.
And if you stamp out the fire, then it puts it out.
Correct. 26. I assume that hits.
Yeah, sorry, I was refilling my water bottle. Yes.
Okay, and then a 25.
Yep.
Okay, so roll that investiture of flame.
Hey, I gotta get to a place. That one takes 6 damage.
All right. You will take, from the bite, 19 points of magical piercing, and then from the branch slamming into you, 16 points of magical bludgeoning.
Okay, that's fun.
And that does end the tree's turn.
Awesome. Malin.
All right, I start to rage and I go after. Somebody's on the big tree.
Yeah, Adira is engaging with the big tree, although the big tree did just wallop her pretty good.
All right, I'll go for the big tree.
Okay.
I am raging.
Alrighty.
Bleh. Oh. 24.
Hits.
28.
Also hits. Jesus.
I have a new belt of strength,
You do have a new belt of strength.
and it's kind of amazing.
You can just add your whole damage together.
Okay, so I don't need to roll separate for cold.
Nope.
All right, roll these 3. Very good. 14 plus 11 is 25 plus 18 is a lot.
43.
Thank you. Math. It's hard.
All right, so you run up behind the one that's pummeling on Adira at the moment, and you swing at it 2 times with the weapon, the falchion, yeah? You slash it twice with this thing, and you cut super deep into this thing's side. This gooey, slow-moving, sap-like ichor starts kind of dribbling out. It is not looking healthy.
I find it ironic that devil hell trees are immune, that are susceptible to fire. That's ironic.
All right. Does that end your turn?
I don't like it when you laugh.
Yes.
I was laughing at chat, actually.
Okay. You make me very nervous when you laugh.
Who is after Malin?
Back to the top of the round with the larva.
Okay. Go ahead, not braining. Katie, go ahead and roll your investiture of flame for the 2 larvae inside of you.
Okie dokie. They will take another 7 fire damage.
And they disintegrate.
Excellent.
That is it. You can take larva off the Inish for right now, because they don't get unlimited larva.
Okay. Thank God.
That's good.
That means it's Kira's turn. Okay. Kira will move to the opposite side of the tree from Malin,
Okay.
staying away from the people who are on fire.
Sounds like a plan.
And I would like to attack the tree twice.
Okay. The tree is also a fiend.
Delightful.
It is, in fact, a devil tree.
Yes. I'm going to smash it, and I am 100% going to be using my Divine Smite.
Okay. I am going to step away and refill my water bottle real quick while you roll.
Okay.
You just announce what your to hit is, and I can tell you. Oh, sore.
Yeah, plus because I've got to figure out how many d8s I'm rolling.
River is trying to become a lapdog.
Hi, River, baby. 2d8 plus another one. Wrong way. So that's 3 extra d8. Okay. Cool.
I overfilled a little bit.
Okay.
I overfilled a little bit.
Oh. I'm assuming a 28 hits.
Yes.
I'm assuming a 30 also hits.
Nope. It's range.
Okay. So those will both hit. D10 plus, I don't like this, so hang on. Sorry. They confuse me. Alright, let's do that. We have 8. Okay. So on the first hit, plus 9 is 25, plus 8 is 33 on
Okay.
the first hit. Do I need to separate out radiant damage?
No.
Okay. And then the second hit. Oh, that's a better one. 10. 33 plus 8. 41 points of damage.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want it to explode with
So-
radiant light.
Kira is smashing this thing with this
Fuck this guy.
with this warhammer, this maul. Yes, thank you. Fuck this guy. The first one impacts and kind of, and you see it waver a little bit, and then she hits it a second time, and the area around it kind of explodes with radiant light, and you see the tree kind of as the radiant motes of energy kind of creep up and around the branches of this tree. It starts to smolder and shiver, and it doesn't explode, but it kind of withers and sinks, and it kind of almost collapses in on itself to some extent.
That's right. Go back to hell.
I'm
There's
just picturing you hitting this thing going, die, 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 die.
why do you exist?
You're not wrong.
And it's still there, but it's this kind of husk of this tree, or of what it once was. It's no longer moving. You see the kind of unripe, tumorous growths kind of drop off and also kind of disintegrate. These actually do kind of almost pop like popcorn in radiant light.
That's so gross. And I would like to look over at the other tree and point at it and say, "You're next."
Okay,
I
that
don't
happened.
I don't know if it's sentient or not, but that happened.
After Kira.
After Kira is Adira.
So Adira is not happy with these trees, and so she decides to levy her full force of eldritchiness at the other one that is on what's her face, excuse me, Katie. Does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Great. Everything was above a 25.
Okay.
Meaning 63 points of damage.
Nice.
Holy shit.
And movement back of 60 feet and slamming into walls for 10 feet of essentially fall every time it hits a wall.
Okay. It was pretty much right up against the wall, so you can go ahead and roll 30 feet of fall damage, so 3d6.
Die sixes, or is it?
I thought it was D10.
I think they're D10s.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3d10s.
In 5th ed.
Are they? All right.
I might be wrong. I'll double check.
Tell you what, I'll roll both and add the totals up, and you let me know.
Probably my...
I can also just Google it too. It is D6s, I think. Unless that's wrong. Yeah, it is D6s.
Oh.
Yep.
That's okay. It takes another 13 points of damage.
Okay.
There's not a way to turn someone back into a person after these things have had their way with
You have
them.
absolutely no idea. You didn't even know these things existed until...
Yeah, and Nadir wouldn't have had time to tell us.
Yeah.
Because I bet the little tree was Morgana.
Anyway, Adira, does that end your turn?
Yeah, Adira is probably going to land herself over the husk, or like move over the husk so that her fieriness continues to burn it.
Okay. All right.
She's angry.
Bearing in mind these trees, when you saw them, the bigger one was huge size. It was about 15 feet, not around necessarily, but it filled a 15-foot area. The smaller one was largish.
How small did they get down to then?
This one shrunk down to about a medium size.
Oh, never mind then. I thought it was like, in my mind's eye, it was like this big. So forget that.
Yeah. So it's still a good sized tree.
Of the two trees, is the big one down and the little one left, or the up?
The big one is down. The little one is left.
Okay.
After Adira is Katie.
Okay. I mean, Katie's in elemental form and is going to stay there a little bit longer at least, so we're just going to try to bash it a bit.
Seems like a solid plan.
And, I'm on fire, so we're going to burn it a bit too. 26 for the first attack.
Definitely hits.
And 21 for the second attack.
Also hits.
Cool. Don't need to sort out any damage, right?
No.
Beautiful. So it will take 30 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then I suppose at the end of its turn, it will take the fire damage.
Yes. All right. It is still up, but it is not looking. It is definitely more of it is on fire than not.
After Katie is Leoben.
Right. Leoben is going to move up to the tree with drawing his katana and will swing at it.
Okay. It's engaged with Katie, so you get advantage.
That is wonderful.
Which also means sneak attack.
29 to hit with the first.
Yes.
You know what, we'll resolve that first here. So 10, 15, 17 damage for that swing.
Okay. It is still up.
Second attack, 28 to hit
You definitely hit.
for 12 damage.
It
Then
is still standing.
I'll spend a key point to do flurry of blows.
Okay.
punch it to death?
28 and a 24 respectively to hit.
Both are going to hit.
For 10 magic damage for the first, and 5 magic damage for the second.
How do you want to do this?
So he kind of does like his little cross slash with the katana, and it looks pretty bad, and then he kind of, but it's still kind of up, but it hears it sort of creaking, so then he kicks it, but then it's like still up, and he's like, and then he takes a moment to calm himself, and then he does his like little training one, like
the 1-inch punch,
like the 6-inch
or the 6-inch punch, or whatever.
Yeah, or whatever it is. Yeah, and then just finishes it off.
So yeah, he does this. You see, Leoben just kind of centers himself, and then does this like 6-inch punch, and his fist just bursts through and out the other side of this thing as he withdraws his hand, and it kind of does the same thing. It kind of shrinks and shrivels down to about a medium size with a hole in its chest, or in the center mass.
And I'm marking that as a kill.
Qualifies.
That is your kill. Yeah.
Undisputed that time.
Darn tootin'.
That will end combat.
What the actual fuck was that?
Adira, as she kind of, I imagine when she like gets out of Investiture Flame, she like literally steps out of the flames like in a very like regal manner.
So she steps out of the flames, and the flames in her shape kind of linger for a second before they dissipate.
And then she explains exactly what all of that was.
So the trees in hell don't like fire.
Very ironic, I thought.
That was
I thought it
horrific.
was ironic too.
Do you think... And Kira looks at the smaller tree. Do you think that was Morgana?
Ew, I hope not. Oh god.
I don't know, GM, did my 27 from the Arcana tell me anything?
Shit, did I just punch through her chest?
It wouldn't tell you specifically who it was.
But it, like...
It could be.
Could be.
Oh.
I'll check the remains.
We loot the body.
We loot the body of the tree.
Where do you start?
The smaller tree.
Okay. So, as you kind of start to look through the tree, and actually, Leoben's right there, as is Katie. As you kind of peer into the tree, you punched through, but you do see, as you kind of look into it now, there appears to be the remains of a human skeletal structure, or humanoid skeletal structure inside this thing.
That's horrifying.
I mean, it's a fairly slim build. It could be an elf.
I will attempt to try to remove without damaging it as best I can. Try to remove the skull.
Can you see the pelvis to see if it's a man or a woman?
Do you have the knowledge to be able to tell the difference?
Well, somebody must. I don't.
Hang on.
Maybe as a medicine roll.
Hang on. Before you pull it out, just in caseies, let me try a thing. Let me do a thing. Kira will reach in and touch the skeleton and cast Gentle Repose.
Okay.
So it can't come unalive and murder us.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
No, I'm here for it.
Okay. Now go ahead.
So Leoben, it's a fairly painstaking process and kind of involves like chiseling and using some of your tools to kind of get around it, because it is still a fibrous wood-like stuff. It's not necessarily wood, but it's kind of like wood. It has the same properties as wood, so you kind of have to almost like chisel the skull out, but you do pull after probably about 45 minutes of painstaking work, you do manage to pull the skull out, and you're kind of able to, yeah, and you're able to have, you now have the skull. Apparently I can't talk.
So, and he looks towards Adira and Katie. Do either of you have a ability to speak to dead people?
I can speak with plants, I can speak with animals, but I don't think I can speak with dead things.
Yes.
The irony being, when the tree was alive, we could have had you speak with it. Except it was, I guess, maybe not a plant, but a fiend. Anyway.
Adira holds out her hand. Give it here.
Hang on.
Does gentle repose prohibit speak with dead?
It only prohibits... It doesn't say. It says that the target is protected from decay and can't become undead.
Okay, then no, it will not prohibit speak with dead.
Cool. You're fine. Just double checking a thing.
So you can do speak with undead?
Yes.
And you do it.
Yeah. Adira holds up the skull like, alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well. And cast Speak with Dead on it, and I'm gonna have to look at the particulars of what I can do with that spell.
Yeah, there's a number of, I think you get a finite number of questions.
I believe it's 5.
And I want to just make sure I'm not messing that up.
I have one question I would like to ask her. If we can identify her.
Oh, well, unless we want to waive this, it says the corpse must still have a mouth.
Well, it's a skull,
It's
so yeah.
got a mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if
Doesn't
the flesh
say
part
doesn't say fleshy mouth. It's a mouth hole.
It's true. It's true. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I hear you, and I appreciate your diligence, but I will allow it.
I cast Speak with Dead. I hold it up.
You see, as you kind of hold it up and you cast the spell, the skull kind of judders, it almost shudders in your hand. It quivers a little bit. And it's visible, like it's enough of a quiver that you guys who are not holding the skull can see it. And you see little literal like flame lights appear in the blank holes of the oculus orbs. Doesn't breathe, but you see these flames kind of fixate on Adira.
Aoben, what did you want to ask?
Probably ask her who she is first.
First question, yeah,
Sure
ask her who she is.
Who are you? I'm sorry, I'm holding it up like this.
Yes.
Who are you?
I was Lady Morgana of the Flame.
My question would be is, would she be interested in having us try to bring her back?
Would you like us to bring you back
To the land of the living or whatever.
to life?
Such thing is not possible.
Okay.
Where is her
Maybe
orb of fire?
tell her... I don't know, can you give her context for a question that you're asking? Be like, we're trying to protect the haversack of terrible things. Where the hell's your orb?
So the spell says that it's only animating a spirit, thus this corpse can't learn new information,
Right.
which
Okay.
I don't know if that would... I'm sure that would count. That's learning something new.
It wouldn't, I mean, yes, I would say that it wouldn't influence it either way. It's just, it only knows what it knew in life.
Yeah. Where is Flamme?
Orbis Flamme.
The Orbis is in my safe place. Sorry, it doesn't stumble. I was just trying to figure out how to phrase it.
Can you say it again?
The Orbis is in my safe place.
Where the hell is your safe place?
Where is your safe place, and how do you open it?
Adira turns and says, where is your safe place? I think that's 4. We're up to 4.
Yes.
Yeah, you're at the floor.
It is a demiplane that I created.
Adira kind of turns away. Should we ask if that demiplane looked like the courtyard of this thing?
Or ask her, how does she access her demiplane?
Or how do we access her demiplane?
Or actually, no, we know it's a tuning fork that we have to, or a tuning fork-like object, right? Maybe ask, where does she store the tuning fork to get to her
Well,
realm?
no, that got us here.
No, well,
We don't
this
know
is
that
the
there's- No.
actual courtyard. We know that we need something that's like attuned to her demiplane.
Right.
Doesn't have to be a tuning fork necessarily, but it has to be something attuned to the plane.
Where do we find the attunement key or whatever to access her demiplane?
Where do we find the attuned object to access your demiplane?
It was on my person when I passed.
Okay. We take apart the rest of the tree then.
Thank you. Rest in peace.
Even before you say that, like as soon as she finished the sentence, like she was gone.
Well, somewhere in that damn tree.
All right, we'll be gentle and pry it loose.
Winter, no thank you.
Okay. You guys spend some time disassembling the tree, and sure,
And vomiting.
it's pretty disgusting. But the tree pretty much ruined whatever clothing she was wearing, which looks like it might have been another robe of the Archmagi, but it's not functional at this point. However, you do find you find a small bag, like a pouch-sized bag that appears to be empty. You find a staff, and you find those two things. You find the pouch and you find the staff.
And the pouch is empty, you said?
As you're holding it, it appears to be empty.
Is it a bag of holding?
Do you open it?
I hand it to Adira. I learned not to mess with mages' objects that I don't understand. But I take, 2 steps back.
That's fine. Just use your right arm. I can grow it back if you lose it. We can do that now.
Adira holds the bag as if, Kira's actually going to be interested in this prospect.
And actually, Leoben goes, seems legit, and so he'll grab it and open it up.
All right, then.
Yeah, you open up and reach in, and you feel things.
I will pull the things out.
You feel, you reach in and you feel, as you start pulling stuff out, it appears to be a large quantity of varying spell components. This is and eventually you do find, because I like the theme of the tuning fork, you do find a tuning fork.
Are there any diamonds, since they're spell components?
She's not that kind of caster. Diamonds are almost exclusively for healing magic.
Well, and abjurations.
Right,
See?
but she was an evoker.
She was a nuke 'em till they glow kind of mage.
Uh-huh.
Can't give me anything.
But yeah, so you have a tuning fork.
Do you need diamonds?
I can always use more diamonds. Just in case one of you yahoos dies and I have to bring you back.
I mean, it's not like you're not fabulously wealthy or anything.
Yes.
Because admittedly, I converted my money into large diamonds because realized that the amount of coins I had would be prohibitively hard to carry in reality, even with the haversack. So
I don't need any right now, but
okay,
if you have some on your person that I know of, in case that we get in a pinch.
yes, I have 5 fairly large diamonds.
Okay. Because Revivify takes what, like a 300 gold piece?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you don't. Yeah. Then you maybe don't even want to use my diamonds.
Okay.
They're more for the
True res kind of diamonds.
Gotcha.
Right.
I have
Or
enough for at
wish.
least a couple of spells, but
Gotcha.
And we can always reincarnate people too.
that
That's
would be
true.
exciting.
I mean, maybe if Malin's boyfriend dies, we reincarnate him. Maybe he comes back as a Goliath.
Maybe
Hey.
he comes back as a kobold.
Why? Did I make fun of you? No,
You did threaten bodily harm on her earlier.
I did. That's how I show love.
Malin needs therapy stat. Anyway.
Okay. So we have the tuning fork. How many times can you plane shift, Adira?
Give me a day.
Do you only get one a day?
Yeah, it's Mystic Arcanum. So
It's high enough level
I have-
that he can only do it once a day.
So we
We're stuck
have
here
to be
for the day.
aware that if we go there, we're stuck there for a day.
for a day. Well, if it's technically within the tower, within the larger constructs, we can use these. Adira holds
kind
up the teleportation
Doubt
things.
that it's within the tower.
We can find out.
Now, I do have a question, Mr. Bear.
Mhm.
This was the courtyard area. Are there any entranceways that have not been collapsed or damaged that look like they are still open?
As you're kind of glancing around, whatever fight had happened here appears to have pretty much demolished anything in the area.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will pull out my bedroll and.
Well,
we
no,
can
we
get
No,
gotta
you can get back from here now.
We
Oh,
should
okay.
take her body back and not leave it in the gross tree.
Yeah, I'm cool with taking her remains and
Yeah.
She needs
Getting
to be
them buried
buried
properly.
somewhere that's not an icky tree.
Yeah, we can bury her at Salt's Rest.
Somewhere with an eternal flame.
I like that idea.
Good one.
I mean,
We
she
can
is
commission a shrine.
she is one of the great heroes of old.
Or at least somewhere very flammable.
We're not
Yeah.
dumping the poor woman in the La Brea tar pits. That's
But her bones would be potentially preserved.
And the
True.
tar
It's
pits
true.
burned for 10,000 years.
Just the way she liked it.
All right, so you guys are going to weep back to Rowan Thane Tower proper? Okay.
I mean, I know of a place we could inter her, but I don't know if that would necessarily be a. I know of a tomb that is fairly secluded that we could inter her in if that is what you guys would be interested in. Otherwise, I mean, I like the internal flame idea too.
Or we could inter her in her safe spot when we eventually go there.
If there's a place to, yeah.
That's a good
It's
point.
not a bad idea.
We're just not leaving her in a gross tree.
We are
No.
absolutely not leaving her in a gross tree.
Because, ew.
All right, so you bamf back to Rowan Thane Tower.
Yeah.
And I think since we're close to 6, we're going to call it there.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds good.
will we have enough time to identify all the cool stuff that we've
Yes.
got in this session?
I will allow identification to happen.
Wonderful.
But let's sign off first, and then we can do that.
Okay.
All right.
So, thank you everybody for joining us. I hope you had a good time. If you are available tomorrow, I would very much invite you to come join us once again. Brian is running the Berazaya Argia Chronicle starting at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And it's Gavin's birthday. So...
And even I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm scared.
Expect shenanigans.
So many shenanigans.
Oh, and then also everybody go to the new TikTok.
Oh, right. So I have decided to separate my my one TikTok with my geeky TikTok. So my one TikTok is going to be focusing more on my political leanings, social justice, that sort of thing, because apparently that's what y'all want to hear about. But I also need an outlet for my geeky shit, so I created a new TikTok handle to just completely outlet my inner geek, my outer geek, all of the geek. And that is at the Blind GM on TikTok, so you can find me there. And I will just be talking all kinds of geeky stuff, not just D&D. I'll probably start talking about movies. I've been up on the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I've got thoughts. So, I love you all. Thank you so much for joining us. We will hopefully see you tomorrow, and take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.